I don't wanna waste a minute. Don't have any plans swinging. If you got a glass, fill it. Cause I need it done. Money is a bitch in it. I don't wanna think about it. So if you know the song, sing it. Cause I need it done. Take me to a place where the music's loud. I don't wanna think right now. Flashing lights running through the crowd. I don't ever wanna stop. So let's get out. Let's get out. I got money in my pocket and I'm about to fucking drop it with you now. With you now. Tear the roof off every building. I know I'll be spending millions with you. Just tell me what you wanna do. So let's get out. Let's get out. I got money in my pocket and I'm about to spend it all. I don't wanna waste a minute. Don't have any plans, swing it. If you got a glass, fill it. Cause I need it done. Money is a bitch in it. I don't wanna think about it. So if you know the song, sing it. Cause I need it done. Take me to a place where the music's loud. I don't wanna think right now. Flashing lights running through the crowd. I don't ever wanna stop. So let's get out. Let's get out. I got money in my pocket and I'm about to fucking drop it with you now. With you now. Tear the roof off every building. I know I'll be spending millions with you. Just tell me what you wanna do. So let's get out. Let's get out. I got money in my pocket and I'm about to spend it all. About to spend it all. About to spend it all.
What's going on, everybody? What's going on, everybody? Whoops. Turn that sound off. There we go. Hey. It's been a while. Hasn't it? Yes, it has. Let's turn that off. There we go. Been having some OBS problems. Nothing new there. So that's about the same as it was before. But hopefully everything's all worked out now. Let's see. Right now, so far, I see Terrific is here. There's a few more of you here as well, but Terrific is the only one in the chat. Says hello, and he's not doing much but laying down. Awesome. Sounds like a great is it Saturday? Yeah, Saturday night. Terrific. That's exactly what I would be doing if I weren't doing this right now. Sorry, I was getting a text message. Yeah, probably. Anywho, so yeah, we're doing a stream tonight. It's been the first one since, oh man, I don't know. Do I have that pulled up here? Like months. I haven't done a stream in months. I'm going to say probably a solid, what do you say, 6 months? I think I maybe did an update stream at one point, but yeah, haven't done a stream like this in months and months. I do plan on doing more of these. For those of you who perhaps saw my video that I released earlier today, as a channel update, I guess you'd call it, or whatever. I talked about it there, but yeah, I do plan on doing some of these. I'm not going to be doing just like before. I'm not going to be going back to like every Wednesday night or anything, but I run a little business where I fix video. That's the front of a DS, by the way, DSi. Fix main electronics, but mainly video game consoles. That's probably where the most of my time is spent. Kind of like what we'll be doing tonight. But yeah, I do that and then I sell them. This one tonight's a little different. We're going to be modding the shit out of this thing. It does not currently work, but we'll hopefully fix that in the process. But I fix PlayStations, PlayStation 2s, Xboxes, 360s, NESs, SNESs, PSPs. Did lots of PSPs and a shit ton of DSIs. Just anything I can get my hands on. I did a series, an Xbox Series console. Had a bad HDMI port. That was a bitch. Lots of there. You can't see it right now, but like right here in the floor, back there, you see a table right there. The chat's in the way a little bit. That's where I film or shoot, take pictures of the stuff that I list online. I don't have anything up right now. I just sold my last thing on my store yesterday, but I have that table is full of some stuff, and there's some stuff on the thing over there that I'm going to be uploading on Monday to sell, including this that we're going to build tonight. When we're done with this build, if you are so interested, will be able to buy this device, this exact device, because I will sell it on my store on the eBays. But we'll get to that in the end, show where that'll be. I'll include a link whenever it's available. I'll probably be putting that up on Monday as well. So, what are we doing tonight? Well, let's see. We get a couple more comments. Looks like Cezuro and Abbott Films are here. Abbott Films says, "Hey, JK, Abbott, how you doing?" Cezuro, woohoo! Yeah, I know, right? I'm excited as well. It's been a while since I've done this, so I've forgotten a lot of the things. I was like putting it together, and I was like, wait, no, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. So yeah, it's been a little while since I did a stream, so if I screw up a little bit, sorry. Also, I've got like at my workstation over here where I do my daily work, like soldering and fixing and cleaning and all that. We're gonna be moving over there in a minute. I have a 3-camera setup over there. Hopefully that works out. It was working out when I was testing it, but yeah, I forgot where I was going with that. But anyway, yeah, for those of you that didn't see the video though, I've taken a break, or if you follow my channel, you know I have been on sabbatical. Took a break from it, mainly because I was just bored. I was not feeling it. I still enjoy content. I am going to be doing more of it, but I was just not excited about it anymore. It was not exciting for me, and I know I wasn't making good content. So if I don't think the content I'm making is good, then I know you guys don't think it's good. So there's that. So I took a break, and I had a lot of other things in my life going on. Nothing bad, all good things actually, but just a lot. So took a break. Now I'm coming back to it. I actually have another channel that this is dual streaming on right now, called Retro Jake XY. It's a very, very small channel. You can find the link. Actually, I'll put a link right here. Should have already done that. Let's see. Where's that link? Here, there we go. Here is the link to that channel in the chat. I don't beg, but if anyone feels so inclined, feel free to subscribe to that channel, because I am going to be having more. There it is in the link, or in the chat. I am going to be having much more content going to that channel very soon. I already have content made for it. Now that content, it's a new kind of content, different than I've ever done. That content will also show up on, most of you I know are on the main YouTube channel, Jacob Anders Reviews. That content from Retro Jake will show up over here for a period of time. While I'm growing that channel, just to kind of get a broader audience, it will be showing up here as well for at least a little while, until that channel kind of gets its own legs, and then all that type of content will only be on the other channel. Now, as far as this channel, Movie Lovers, the type of movie centric content, I am going to still be doing that. I'm never going back to doing content every single day. That was insane and made me want it to hurt somebody. I don't know. But I was getting bored. I'm still going to do the type of content here or there like I used to, my vanilla reviews, if you will. But I have a new type of review. Still movie reviews, but a new style of review that I want to try out. I'm going to do, and I have one put together. I just got to shoot it this week, or this coming week. It's going to be something different. It's still going to be my style, but it's going to be a totally new type of way that it's made. So hopefully you guys like that. That should be coming probably not this week, but next week. I've got about 3 full-length videos already recorded and ready that go to the other channel that will, like I said, also be showing up here. Those are that's actually a series of videos that's going to be 6 weeks. There's going to be one a week for 6 weeks to make one gigantic video. Those will start posting either at the end of this coming week right here, or at the beginning of the next. So within approximately 7 days, maybe less. I have to just, depends on copyright stuff and all that, because I am just about to upload them, and then I have to let it sit and see what happens there. Plus my patrons are going to get first pick at all of it. So there's that. So yeah, there's the basic way that the content's going to go. Like I said, I have a business, a very, very small little business, where I work on electronics, mainly consoles. The streams are probably going to be something more along those lines, as I'm working on a particular project. This one I planned on doing because I was like, oh, this would be cool. I just had to wait for all the parts to get here, because we're going to replace pretty much every single part on this Game Gear. But other times when I'm just fixing something, like I had a PS3, which are a bitch to work on, by the way, that I worked on recently. 6 of them, actually. But there's one, actually, you can see one of them in the background on that table. That's the one I finally fixed. That would have been interesting to see all the things I had to do to troubleshoot and figure out how to make that thing work. Those things are a pain in the ass to work on. But anywho, those types, I think I'm going to do more. My streams are going to maybe, at least for now, be more like that, where I'm going to be, just working on shit and shooting the shit and talking to you guys. And just because I'm working on that doesn't mean we have to be talking about it the whole time. But let's go ahead here, and we're about to jump over to the works table. Damn, somebody's blowing my phone up. We're going to jump over to the work table so that we can get to going on this. Let me just make, the only reason I have not turned my phone off, I usually do, is because my wife and children are on their way home from out of town. So I just want to make sure that they don't text me and need something. They know that I'm live right now, but all right, let's do that. It'll be over here, so you guys won't hear it as much. Anywho, but yeah, let's see what else we got going over here. Terrific says, I definitely saw the video. Awesome, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. Already subbed. Great. Happy to hear it. I'm just, I'm really excited about these videos that are already completed. This series I've got going on. It's been a lot of fun, but a lot of work. I've been working on it a long time. Now, granted, I haven't been working on it every single day. If I was working on it every single day, the whole thing would be finished. But as seeing as how I'm going to release one video in this series a week for 6 weeks, I wanted to go ahead and get ahead. So 3 of them, well, the third one's about to be complete. And when it's complete, that's when I'm going to start uploading those, just to make sure that there's no copyright issues, because there is some imagery, video, and sound in those that could possibly be copyrighted. So we'll see how that works out. But anywho, alrighty, so let's jump on over. Actually, real quick, let's see. Number one dad says terrific. Hey, thank you very much. My coffee cup says. I assume that's where you saw that. Let's jump on over here to... Now, this is nothing sexy and great. This is just my workstation, so it's not pretty. But let's jump on over there to that station, and I'll show you guys what we're going to be working on. Just a second. Alrighty, the lighting is not as bright over here. It will be in a moment. Whoa, you can pick that up. There you go. Yeah, I don't have like any particular special lighting going on over here or anything. But I have 2 other camera angles that you guys will be able to see better at. Assuming you guys can hear me. Yes, you can. Okay. I moved my mic, so come over here. Hopefully it won't be in my way too much. That's the one thing about streaming stuff like this. The microphone always gets in the way. Let's move my stream deck over here so I can do this here. Man, my monitors are over there, and that's where I usually sit. That's why I keep looking over there. All right, let's take a look at what we got. The Game Gear. This is a original. Let's look at it this way. This is an all original Game Gear. It's a version. It's a 2-chip. I know that much. Now, some of these mods that I'm going to be doing today only work on certain models. They work on most models. There's like, I think it's called a V4 or VR4 motherboard. Some of these mods will not work with those. As of now, I mean, they may have fixed it, but for the most part, most of the mods I'm going to be doing will work on any version. Now, this is I think this is a newer, I mean, none of them are new, but the original ones, I think, I may be backwards on this, they had more of a curved, this piece of glass right here, it kind of beveled off some more, or it curved off more. This one's a little bit, you can feel it, it's a little bit more rigid. That's one of the things. I think that means it's older. I'm not 100% sure. It does not say like what year, or, you know, some consoles nowadays show like when they were, when they were manufactured and all that. This doesn't say that, but around 1991 was when this thing came out. Now, the one thing we will not be doing today, because it takes a bit longer and it's not nearly as interesting as to watch, would be recapping. I do strongly recommend, if you have a Game Gear, to recap it, because Game Gears are notorious for their capacitors going out. It's not a question as to will they, it's when they. I think the caps on this are good enough to get us by. I will be recapping this before I send it out, but I'm just not going to do it on the stream, because that's just not very, it's not, I mean, there's not much to it. I'm just unsoldering capacitors and putting in resistors and putting new ones on, and that's kind of boring. So I'm going to show you the cool stuff today, and we'll know pretty quick into the build whether it needs caps or not, because once I have the screen board installed, which doesn't take too long, we can see if it boots to red, and if it does, that means we're good. But so we'll know pretty quick. All right, let's look at what we got here. So, of course, we've got our Game Gear right here. Now, for this particular build, because we're going to be replacing everything, it doesn't matter if you have these doors or anything. Actually, the only thing I need out of this thing is the motherboard, and not even the whole thing, I don't think. There's stuff we're going to take off the motherboard. Now, they sell new motherboards that you can buy, and we're not going to be replacing the motherboard. We're going to use the original motherboard, but they sell brand new motherboards, 2023 motherboards, that you can get if you wanted to make this thing 100% new. Now, the only thing is you do have to take, I think, 2 chips. I think it's 2 chips, or 2 or 3 chips, depending on which model you have, off of this motherboard and put them on the new one. But beyond those 2 or 3 chips, everything else will be new. Now, in this case, the motherboard, we are going to keep everything else going to be new. We're going to replace everything else, and I'm going to show you guys how to do that. So, here's the actual Game Gear. As you can see, I don't have any batteries to show you, but it does not... I think it would boot to red, but, like, screen wouldn't come on or anything if I remember correctly. So, we're going to set this off to the side. And I'm just going to start pulling... I want to show that mod last. This is just... You probably can't see it very good. I do have a closer up... I have a magnifying glass, a digital microscope hooked up, and we'll look at that, but it's like real close. We'll look at that when we're soldering and stuff. But this is the, it's an LED to replace. It's a green LED. I like green. Set that off to the side. Let's see what this part is. Some of this stuff, I did verify that the stuff is in here, but I can't remember how I put it all back in the packages. It's like multiple things in each bag. Okay, this is a new amp audio board. It makes it louder and cleaner than it ever was before. That's called, and a lot of this stuff comes from a company called Retro 6. If you're interested in retro consoles, modding some of them, such as the Game Gear, and just fixing, or just a lot of like retro console stuff and things you might need if you're trying to get into that space. This is a great company. They're in Europe, and they have some awesome, just truly awesome products, and they get it out to you really quick considering they're all the way in Europe. So yeah, I've ordered quite a few things from them, and they do a great job over there. They got a lot of great tutorials online as how to install their products as well. This is the the glass replacement. How do I get to it? I don't want to... I haven't actually looked at this. Now, I went with yellow, and you're thinking, what yellow? I've got a color scheme going here, black and yellow. This is the screen replacement. It's going to go like that. It's going to replace this black. It is yellow. We are still going to have some black. The whole thing's not going to be yellow. I've always liked the combination of black and yellow. Hopefully this doesn't look atrocious when I'm done with it. Uh-oh. I think my camera just froze. Hang on a second. Okay, there we go. I don't know. Man, OBS is being a pain in the ass today. OBS is a pain in the ass every day. They do these updates, and you're like, oh, yeah, that'll be awesome, and then you regret doing them afterwards. Okay, and moving on. So we got the glass here. I have, this is the yellow buttons, some of which we will use and some of them we won't. This is screen brackets. This goes with our brand new LCD screen we're going to be installing. This is, oh, that's the PCB, the friggin' ribbon cables, or PCB that goes, not PCB, but the ribbon cables that go to the LCD screen, the new LCD screen we're going to be installing. This is the LCD screen. I don't want to take it out just yet, but that's the actual screen, as you can see there. That's covered up in plastic, so I could throw this out. Alright, so what's next? What goodies do we have in here? This is the ultimate build. So beyond the new motherboard, brand new motherboard and card reader, because both of ours are good, I believe, I am 100% replacing everything. This is an LED... Oh shit. It's cut. Oh man, I hope it didn't... Why is it cut? I'm going to have to check that. Well, actually, that doesn't matter because I don't need this part. This is an LED. It's LEDs for the buttons and inside the case. You'll see when we get there. Running out of space. These are our rechargeable batteries. We're no longer going to have to put... The Game Gear is notorious. Like, notorious for eating up batteries. The Game Gear originally took, as you can see here in the back, 3 and 3 AAA batteries. You put 6 AAA batteries in this thing and it would last like, I mean, maybe like 2 or 3 hours. It would just destroy batteries. So you pretty much had to keep it plugged in all the time if you were going to go anywhere longer than a few hours. But we're going to be replacing it with these two rechargeable batteries. I think give it something like 30 hours. And we are also going to be having USB-C charging on it. FYI, that's what that is. I keep opening. There we go. Okay, so yeah, we got those. This is the USB-C charging, or the new, why is that on there? Oh no. Oh no. Did I get the wrong one? I think I did. Shit. I got the wrong board. It's okay though. It's okay because I have another one of these. This is what these plug into. Unless, am I seeing that wrong? No. Yeah. I think they sent me the wrong one accidentally. See, this, what this is you can have, I don't really know why you would have this. Because it's still got the, to chart. Let me look at that. I'm going to have to look at that. I mean, the board that we need is very similar looking to this, except it has 2 hookups for the batteries. What I'm gonna do, I've got another one that will use that, but that's what this is. That's for the USB-C charging and the batteries. All right, so then moving on to the next part, we have the case or the shell or whatever you want to call it. I got a black or smoke. Well, where'd you open? It's a smoke, transparent smoke case for it. Just to see the difference. There's that. This one is not clear. This one is. It is made out of ABS. It's not some cheap 3D printed stuff or anything like that. It's some high dollar stuff. So that's good. High quality, rather. And we got a couple of more things. Let's see, what do we got here? We got this in a box. Oh, this is, okay, this is some cool stuff. This is a cool thing. Okay, this is the board. for the new screen. Well, if I could get it open. And I know you guys are commenting, but I don't have my screen right in front of me. I'm going to look over at the comments here in just a moment. Well, I hope you're commenting. You might not be. So this is the what they call the clean screen from Retro 6. This is what will replace the backlight in the Game Gear, and then the new screen, the LCD screen, will plug into it. So that's pretty cool. And that's just more brackets. I like these. I ordered these other brackets. They're the same design. These are just a little bit cheaper. As you can see, they're kind of flimsy. These are made out of. I think these are made out of ABS as well. They're not 3D printed. Not in the like. This is straight up 3D printed. Like I could print those. Nothing wrong with that, but it's just not. I wanted to go all out. Okay, now this is a really cool thing, and I have installed one of these before. This is an analog stick for the Game Gear. Now, as you probably know, since it came out in 1991, analog sticks were not even a thing back then. If I can get it out. It doesn't want to come out. Come on. But yeah, this is an analog stick. It looks to be like maybe a Switch stick. I don't know where it specifically comes from. It's a full-size stick. This is a full-size analog stick, an actual analog that will replace the directional pad. So that's cool. Stick that back in there. And last, this is clear button. The membranes that go under the buttons. This is the part that actually hits the parts on the circuit board that trigger the buttons, and this is a shroud for the analog stick to make it blend in. So there you go. That's all of it. You need this to adjust the analog stick. So there's yeah, there it is. There's what we got going on. Now I'm going to let's move some of it. I got to make some room here. Make some room here while I'm working. Just set some of this stuff out of the way. Actually, I'm going to leave all this out because I know we're not doing this first. We're not doing this first. Probably going to do that and that. These are going to be some of the first things. So let me remove all this stuff. Because we got a lot of mods going on here. I need to check this. Okay, so there we go. Kind of clear out our workspace a little bit so we have some room. Oh, there is one more, not really a mod, it kind of is, that sets this off. This, let me show you guys this, and this is pretty cool, and if you've watched any of my other modding videos I used to do back in the day, you'll know this will be very familiar. This is called the Flash Gear GG. It's a Game Gear cartridge, as you can see. It matches the transparent smoke case and everything. You can see through it and all that. But it comes with a micro SD card. And on said 8 gigabyte micro SD card is every single Game Gear game from every single region ever released. So whoever ends up with this console, you will not only have the console new for 2023, but you will have every single Game Gear game ever made. So that's cool. Oh, it's not just that. It's also every Game Gear game, and I don't know if it's every, I know they're on there, but quite a few Master System games as well, because for those of you that didn't know, the Sega Master System, which was their console before, is their 8-bit console before the Genesis, is essentially, a Game Gear is essentially a Master System in handheld form. So that's cool. All right, so real quick, I keep hitting that button. There we go. Real quick, I need to get that other audio board. Yeah, or not audio board, power board. The Clean Juice is what they call it. Retro 6 is Clean Juice. let me... I wish I had realized this before I started. I would have already had this done. So sorry about that. This should only take a second. I guess let's switch over here while I'm doing this real quick so I can look at comments. Just a sec. Well, it's frozen this camera too. Damn. I hate OBS. OBS has some really cool features, but man, it's got some pain in the ass shit too. I don't know what causes it to do this, honestly. Hopefully this doesn't plague me all night. There we go. Okay. All right, so let's look at comments while I'm doing this, retrieving this other board. Dan from TYTD is here. What's up, Dan? Says, evening, sir. Hope you're keeping well. I had such a soft spot for the Game Gear back in the day, but the battery life was such a killer for me. I know. And we are going to be fixing that tonight, my friend. Because that is one of the things that kind of killed it for a lot of people, was the battery life was such crap. I remember when I had one, I actually left it plugged in quite a bit, but if I go somewhere, it was like you'd... And back in the day, I mean, batteries are expensive now. But back in the day, in the 90s, early 90s, batteries were, Jesus, 6 AA batteries just to last for a few hours. That's, no, you couldn't do that. You pay more for, you probably in the long run end up paying more for batteries than you would for the actual console itself. I don't remember how much this thing cost. I think it was like $100. Much like the Game Boy. This was a direct competitor to the Game Boy. I always considered it to be better. Granted, I was a Sega fan, so that probably had something to do with it. Okay, let's pull this out. If you're wondering what it is I'm doing, I have another Game Gear that I've done this to. Some of this, I haven't done all these things to them. But I've done the Clean Juice power board too, and I know it has the right way. Yeah, there you go. See, they're different. Let me pull this out real quick. Comes out relatively easy. And I'll just figure this one. This is my personal one. Okay. All right. So yeah, Dan, I get you on the battery front, sir. What else we got? Caden Christensen here. Well, he's back. I'm back. Yeah. I think I'm back. Like John Wick, but less killing. But hey, Caden, what's up, man? Hope everything's going well with you. Shit. Come on out. There we go. Alrighty. Just leave this over here and I'll fix it tomorrow or Monday while I'm working. Tomorrow's Easter. Happy Easter, everyone. All of you that celebrate that stuff. Hope you all have a great Easter, by the way, which it will be here in a few hours, I suppose. There we go. But yeah, this is the... Come on, focus, focus, focus. No, I guess I got autofocus off, but this is the board we were wanting. The one that I got, these little connectors are instead little battery springs, and we don't need that. So beyond that, it's the exact same thing. So pull that off. There we go. Okay. We should be good. We should be good to go. Let me look at these other comments, and we're gonna jump right in. Where's Team Pandori? Hey y'all! Whoa! Look at that studio. Yes, this it is my studio. That's from the other. You can see more of it that way. You're actually seeing that direction. Well, headed that way. Hey, welcome. Thank you for hanging out. Caden said, "Missed you, Jacob. Glad you are back." I am glad to be back, sir. If you saw my video, watch my video from earlier today, my channel update, and I explain where I've been, what I'm doing, where I'm going, all that stuff. So I am happy to be back. Team Pandori says, this the PI in a Game Gear or upgrading the GG Game Gear to work with IPS and battery? Got on a little late. Yeah, I'm going to be doing everything, upgrading all of it. Enjoy your video reviews, by the way. You're really hitting them out of the park. Thank you. I appreciate it. If the batteries lasted longer than 30 minutes, then the game devs might have thought about making RPG. You know what? You're right, because they what'd they make? They made was it Phantasy Star? I think there's like one. There's like one or two RPGs on the damn thing. Phantasy Star made one, which was like an RPG light. And there's like one other one, but no, it definitely, it would have been awesome for more. Now, the not homebrew, well, there's homebrew Game Gear games, but also, as I said, through this mod that I'll be doing, it's not really a mod, the flash gear that will be installed on it, and the SD card, you can play Master System games, and the Master System did have quite a few RPGs, such as Phantasy Star and Shining Force. Shining Force 3, not on there, that's a Sega Saturn, but Shining Force 3 is amazing. Love that game. Playing through it again right now. But the original Shining Force, I think, is on the Master System. Could be wrong. I know Phantasy Star is. But let's jump into this thing and get this party going. Let's see what we can fuck up today and break. Alrighty. Meet you guys at the table. Alright, let's see if the camera screwed up while I was gone. Hey, it's working. For now. Look at that. Okay, so... Oh yeah, like that black thing right there. It is far away. Those cubby holes are all filled. That's all consoles that I'm working on. Or consoles, there's a laptop over there too, but... There's two Saturns, a PS3, I can't tell what that is, PS3, OG Xbox, a hard drive, PS1, Series S, Xbox, PS3, Dreamcast. I can't see what's behind that box of controllers. That box right there is full of PS2 controllers. And then over here, that's I'm done with shit. There's quite a few handhelds on there that are done. Some controllers I fixed. A PS3, a PS1. There's another PS1 I've modded out over here. Kind of like we're doing with this one, in fact. And two other PS1s. And a Vita. Two PSPs. I see two DS Lites, I think. I don't know. Lots of stuff. That stuff will be going up on my eBay store probably Monday. I think a couple of them I gotta clean, but beyond that, Monday or Tuesday, that'll be going up. Okay, so here, let me show you guys a comparison. This is the power board that I received, and as you see, it has this right here for like batteries to plug into. This is the one that I needed, that I ordered. You see, they're very much the same. The only difference is this one has these two connectors right here for the batteries. And this one has this for actual, or this is for rechargeable batteries, this is for regular. It's just a mistake. I'll contact them and say, hey, this isn't the one I wanted. And then I'll throw it into mine. So, but anyway, we're just going to use the one that I got over here, that I pulled out of my system. Okay, so I guess we're gonna start. Well, let's start with tearing the actual Game Gear down because we can't do any of this stuff while it's still put together, can we? So let's move all this crap. It's not crap, but all this stuff out of the way. And for those of you that are wondering, that are like real sticklers, yes, I do have gloves and everything. I sometimes do wear them. I've never run into like shorting anything out like that, but I have them. I use for some messier projects, but I'm not using them today. If I short this Game Gear out on a live stream, then you know what? You guys can all laugh at me. Ooh, what was that? All right, it's just the buttons. All right, so Game Gear, let's tear it down. Excuse me. And then we will get into adding stuff to it. Not really much to these, honestly. Flip it over. You will have to take these out. We don't need these. And you have screws. One, two, there's two in the battery compartments on the corners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Phillips head screws, and then you have this game, I forget what they call it, a game lock screw or something like that. They don't use it anymore, but they used it. Nintendo and Sega used it. Nintendo was notorious for it. Like the back of every one of their NES cartridges had it. So let's jump into this. All right, so yeah, this Game Gear build, I chose to do this one because the Game Gear, while it does take a bit of soldering here or there, it's not super difficult to work on. Many of these mods are pseudo drop-in. Some of them, like the Clean Juice and the Clean Audio, I think they call it, Clean Amp or whatever. The amp for the sound and for the power are just straight drop-in. And I like mods like that because there's less shit to fuck up. But a lot of that has to do with just the way that the Dreamcast is... not Dreamcast. The Game Gear is put together. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing one. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Now this one, I believe, is not that one. There we go. This is a G4.5, for those of you that are wondering, to get this out. I think it's the same one as the Nintendo cartridges, or it might be the one that's smaller. I'm not sure. It was ultimately to keep people out of the consoles. Because back in the day, you couldn't. I mean, you could. I remember taking apart, when I was a kid, Super Nintendo, or trying to take apart Super Nintendo cartridges, and you couldn't find these back then. I mean, not like now. They weren't readily available. Now, we won't be reusing any of these screws. It comes with all new screws, but this screw we will not be using at all. This is pretty much that's a pointless screw. That is there purely to keep you out of it. So it's not needed to like keep it shut or anything. All right, so you got it. Now you want to open it from the bottom, and it opens kind of like a clamshell. You have these two wires here. I guess let me zoom that in a little bit more. Now this camera I'm using, I know is not the greatest. It's a webcam I'm using up there, and it's pretty high up. It says it's 1080p, so I'll just take his word for it, but sorry if it doesn't look so great. Now when we get into the microscope stuff, you'll be able to see much more detail of these things I'm showing you, but you'll see a bulk of wires right here, And then right here as well, these are on connectors that are on the two boards up here. You just disconnect them. I suggest disconnecting them from the actual boards, not from this side. There's connectors on both sides. Do this side. And just that easy. Now you're also going to have this little one right here. And that one is the speaker. Pull it out the same way. Bam, there you go. We're going to set this aside for now. So this is the back of our system. And we are going to just start taking this stuff out too. Here on the power side, you've got, I believe it's 2 screws. Yeah, there's the other one. You know, actually, you don't even need to take this out. This here. Yeah, because we're not using this case. If you're using this case, you would need to pull this out. And you just take those two and it just comes right out. There's something going on with this one, though. I guess that's corrosion, but it's been cleaned up. And they've added in... This is... I've never seen that. Right here, there's like this corrosion that's turning blue. I don't know. I think that's battery corrosion because it's right around the battery terminal. Yeah, it is, because if you look in here, you see this terminal right here is corroded really bad. So this thing wouldn't have worked anyway. But yeah, there's lots of... That's normal, too, for all of these battery-operated systems from back in the day for them to have corrosion. People leave batteries in them, and they leak all over the place. So I bet this wouldn't even work if I put batteries in it either way. We don't need to take any of this out, honestly. I don't believe... No, we do not need any of this because we're replacing both of these things right... And the old ones look pretty much just like the replacements. The replacements are just the same form factor, but they just have smaller resistors and things like that on them. So it's pretty much bam. These you've got to screw like on the audio amp here. I think there's one under the shroud. Maybe not. I don't think anything's holding this. Oh yeah, it's got a screw right here. So there's a screw right there. That's what holds this in. And then you would just lift them out. Like this one would just lift out. Now, it is attached to these. So if you are going to reuse your case, which is totally fine, you would need to remove these springs, these battery springs, before taking this out. But seeing as how we're not using any of that, like we're literally using none of these parts, we can just throw it. I'm not going to throw it because I can sell it or maybe salvage some parts off of it. Because also, even though this is corroded and that's corroded, first of all, that could be cleaned. And even if it can't, this board's fine. I'm looking at it. I don't see any swollen caps or anything like that. That one, slightly suspect. But, I mean, everything else here is looking good. I could use this in something else. Because there's nothing wrong with this power source. It just takes a shit ton of batteries. So, all right, that's out of the way. So, let's move on to the front. This is the front of the system, screen and everything. This little deal right here, you see how it protrudes out? That's an actual light. Like there is a fluorescent tube that you'll see in a minute that runs across here behind the screen, and that's what lit it up. The Game Gear was known for, you know, it was, not only was it color, but it had a backlight. You could play it in the dark. So, you know, Game Boy had no color, and it also had no backlight. This had both, so of course it was better. But that's how they achieved that, was with this backlight. These are notorious for going bad, too. Like, after all this time. They were good for when they were there, but after all this time, you know, what is 91? It's over 30 years old at this point. And take this little, this is an expansion port, and you have this little deal that just slides out. Take it out. You don't have to. Okay, so from here, you got screws here. you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, so all the corners. And then we got one right here on the other side of this expansion port. So it's 5. I don't think that one has to come out. And these two main ones. I feel like there was another one. Oh, there it is, right there hiding. So 6 on here as well, just like the back. You got 4 on each corner, or 1 on each corner being 4, and then you got 1 here and 1 here. And then you got to take these 2 on either side of the card reader. Here, you pop them out, and it should just lift out. You got to kind of come out at a bit of an angle because of this wheel. And there it is. Now, left in here is our membranes, which are pretty dirty. Not the worst I've ever seen. We are going to use the speaker, which we'll get that out in a few minutes, but we're not going to use any of this other stuff. But like you have your membranes, and then you have your control, and it goes down and hits these. If you ever have a controller or anything that is giving you problems, check these. A lot of the times they'll rip right here in the part that goes down. If they're not ripped, check this and make sure it's clean. This is a special kind of surface that interacts with the board itself. So a lot of the times, a lot of broken controllers I've run across where the buttons aren't registering. That's usually what it is. It's usually ripped. You usually find little rips in there. But we're not using any of that. But let's go ahead and take this speaker out real quick. Let's get the buttons out so they don't fly all over the place. You could buy a new speaker, but I mean, speakers are pretty simple. They usually are just fine. Now, this is, as you can see, it's not a screw or anything. You've got to cut this out. Now, you don't have to fully damage it. You can just come up and pop it off. In most cases, it's like it's glued on there. This one's usually a bit more. I'm trying not to break it. I mean, if you don't give a shit, if you're just going to throw this old case away, I'm trying not to touch that inside of the glass too, by the way, then just screw it, just cut it out. But I try and save things because you never know when I'll be able to use them. There we go. It just pops right off, and if you've got these little posts here, and if need be, you can reattach this piece with some super glue or something like that. Or even a screw. You can even screw it back in. So there's that. And the speaker will just lift right out. Dirty, but beyond that, I don't see any loose. No, that one might be. We'll look at that under the microscope. Might resolder those joints just to be safe. But, you know, that's later on. So that is everything out of there. I think we might need these screws. I think we do reuse those. Let's put them over here just in case. I cannot remember specifically. Okay, so here's the motherboard with the screen and everything. Now we're going to eliminate this screen, and we're going to have to take a couple of things off of here. Let's go ahead and turn the... I forgot. Let me turn my soldering iron on. I guess I can turn the hot air station on as we go. But so yeah, we're gonna need to remove this screen and remove this little backlight deal here, a couple of resistors, and this tube back here. So let's go ahead and start with that. I think this screen shot. I could be wrong, but I think it's shot. Because I believe I tested this. I tested it with the clean juice, and I think it was not working. Because I have opened this console, but I haven't done anything to it. I opened it just to see if I could boot to red light. And that if you could boot to red light, that means you do not need, typically you don't need to replace the caps. I didn't want to do a full cap replacement on here with you guys. So, all right, so let's do this thing. Let's jump on in. So first and foremost, you got 1, 2, 3, 4 screws holding this shroud on. Let's pull those off. This thing looks metal, but it's actually just a reflective plastic. These screws don't matter because it does, the clean screen comes with new screws that will replace these, and you will not be putting anything on here after the fact. There we go. That is the fluorescent tube I was talking about. Your screen, this just lights up. Just it's a straight up light bulb, and this is all reflective, and it blasts the back of the screen to make it literally backlit. About as literal as you could get on that. So yeah, there's that. Now this comes off. There we go. So yeah, as you can see, it's just a plastic with a reflective, like a mirror coating on it. But we don't need that. And we've got to take this out, and like I said, a couple of resistors. But first, let's get this screen off. Now the screen is only attached via this row of pins that are soldered to this rivet cable. Now there's also tape on the back. We'll just peel that up. Oops, I was trying not to rip it. I mean, you do want to be careful here because you don't want to mess up the board itself or any of the traces or anything like that. I'm honestly just getting the edge up. Let's try on the other side. I screwed that up with my tweezers. Getting the edge up with my fingernail and then just going to peel it off. And there it is. Just peel it back a little bit more so it doesn't stick to the board. As you can see there, it's just hanging off. But now we've got to get this off because that is soldered to the board. Now, in the old, and some of the other screens apart from Retro 6s, you would have to attach some things to the these pins right here, this pin header, or these pins. The new one you do not. So I mean, I guess you could just rip it off. I don't suggest doing that, but as far as I know, you don't need these pins at all. I'm still going to heat it up to take them off and show you how to do that. It's pretty easy. Now, if you have the first time I did this, I did it with a soldering iron, and it's essentially the same idea, but I'm going to be using a hot air station now. Well, there we go. I got a lot of stuff going on over here with the with the camera and this setup, so it's kind of in the way. But here's my hot air station. I'm sitting at about 574 degrees. You don't want to get too crazy hot, and you definitely don't want to leave it in one spot. Now, with a soldering iron, you'll do the same thing as I'm going to do here. It just takes a little bit longer, and you have to kind of stick on each individual pin. Essentially, all we're doing is heating this up and pulling it off. Now, I'm going to use some flux. This is no clean flux. I don't believe there is such a thing as no clean flux, but that's what we're using. So let's come on probably should not have pulled out my hot air station yet. Alright, you guys are going to get a little bit closer view now. And of course that froze. Hang on. Okay, so for whatever reason, this is not working now on my PC. It's OBS. Fuck OBS. So just kind of, well, there that went. Which really sucks. I was looking forward to you guys to be able to see that, like, close up of it. I don't really need it for this, so I'm going to turn it off for now. I'll use it for some of the things that we'll do here in a bit, but ultimately, we're just going to heat this up and peel it off. So here we go. Let's see. You getting hot? Yep. Now, whenever using a hot air station, you don't want to just leave it in one spot. Now, in a perfect world, you'd have something to hold this down, which I do not. There we go. As clean as ever. And this is more or less done. I mean, I'll check that screen later on, but I don't think that there's anything on it that I don't think it works, so I won't need it. You can check. I mean, with a hot air station, you're usually going to get it pretty clean, but as you can see, there's no bridges or anything. You don't want there to be bridges. Just check that. Make sure there's not any, or nothing that's ripped or anything like that. There's not any on here. I'll clean it up in a bit, but no bridges or anything. So Now, we need... Oh... We got to remove this bulb here. And this is probably the most involved part, this whole situation here. The most involved part of this whole entire mod. We've got to remove... Well, while we're here, we're going to remove a few things. We're going to remove this bulb. There's a resistor underneath here and a resistor under here. You've got this larger one right here we're going to remove. And let me bring it in. Hang on. I know that's not very good look with this camera, but it's what I got to deal with right now. But so we've got a resistor under here, this bulb. You've got this resistor right here, and then is that it? Oh, this bulb right here. And I think yes, that is it. That should only take a couple of minutes, if that. Now, I am going to use flux on this because these are some old-ass joints. If they were newer, probably wouldn't be needed as much, and it may not be needed. But, you know, this board, I don't want to mess it up. Now to remove this, to remove the bulb, oh yeah, that's right, I'll use a soldering arm for that. I have a desoldering, not gun. Let's see, and this one is these two. And this one over here, Q2 I believe it's called, is these two? It's right next to this. It's these two. So the way this thing is, it's a solder sucker, but it's heated up on the end, so it just makes this job a lot easier. So let's do this. Just kind of set it on here for a minute. Over the post, wiggle it about, and doop, sucks it all out. Yes, I do have a fan, but it's loud and I don't feel like putting up with that. And it sucks all, well, usually gets most of the solder off. This is a fairly easy soldering job, by the way, for those of you that are interested in this. Now, I am not like a master solderer by any means. Is there another one over here? There was. Which one was it? Right here. So, if I can do any of this, I feel like anybody can. Now, I mean, I've gotten much better in the past year than when I first started doing this stuff. Where's the LED? There it is. I'm going to take that out after I get the bulb out. But yeah, if I can do this, any of you can, because I was ass at soldering. last year, months ago. All right, so you've got on each side of this tube, you've got this little wire. That's all that's holding this on each side. You see exactly where it goes. I'm gonna, did I put it? I'm gonna throw some flux on there. Well, these old things, I just don't, flux always makes it easier. And I'm simply going to just pull up on it while I put some heat to it. Now, be sure you don't hit the other items around it. Now, if it doesn't come up, it's okay. I'm going to need my magnifying. My cords are tangled up. But if it doesn't come up, that's okay. Add some fresh solder. Don't sit there and hold heat on a 30-year-old PCB for 5 minutes. Just take a little bit of fresh solder and add it to it. Where's my... I misplaced something. There, we'll use that. I was really hoping you guys would be able to see from this view. There we go. Since you can't, I guess I can let this down now. But it is pretty, I mean, this is a pretty self-explanatory mod. I mean, anybody can do this. I mean, you want to be careful. You don't want to work beyond your station, but it's not, this is not a difficult, like the component, these older consoles, the components are fairly simple. Yeah, the solder on this thing is just not wanting to let go. That's ugly. Trying to see... I believe it's there. Yep. Okay, so on the back of the board, you'll see M2. Actually, it's not M2. It's right next to M2. That is where just apply a little bit of heat there and it'll pop right off. Because coming in from the other side was just not doing it. The other side's easier. You don't have as many components around it. It's easier to tell. So yeah, there's the bulb out. It is just a fluorescent bulb. That is it. And it has these one wire, or lead rather, coming out of each side. That's it. Nothing else to it. Fairly simple. So with that out of the way, we got these two resistors right here and here. And this one here, which I've already desoldered to a degree. Let's see if they just come out. Usually not that lucky. Usually still got to apply a little bit of heat. That's okay. Get my microscope out of the way. So we're going to put my tweezers underneath here so I can put some leverage on it. And then I'm just going to take my soldering iron, give it a little bit of heat, nothing too crazy. Kind of alternate between the two posts. I already feel it coming out. I think one of them is out. Yep, that side's out. So now we got this side. Oh, were they both out? Oh, it pulled the leg out. That's okay. Apply a little bit of heat. That's not wanting to come right out. Just pull that one off. The leg is the right leg on R29 is still in there, but that's no biggie. Is that? Yeah, okay. So we will. It's still got flux on it. Man, this thing is really in there. All right. That's okay. Let's apply some new solder to it. That just kind of mix the solder up. The new solder will allow the old solder to soften up a bit. What I'm doing is I'm pinching the leg with my tweezers and trying to pull it out as I heat this side. I'm not left-handed, so I don't do so hot with the left-handed soldering, and there it is. See, a little bit of fresh solder. That fixed it all up. That's the culprit. You can barely see it. Just a broke leg. So yeah, there we go. Okay, so we got to get these two out, which I think they are more or less out. These two resistors that are under the fluorescent tube. Pretty much same thing with them. Apply just a touch of heat. I've already desoldered using my desoldering gun on them. Sometimes you got to give it just a little bit more heat. Get that little residual solder off. There's one. And two. That's the resistor. And let's do another one. Probably shouldn't lay my iron down like that. Start a fire. Just get my tweezers under there like that. Put just a little bit of pressure on it. the camera and everything, like I said, is making, usually when I'm not having all this other stuff in my face, it's not as awkward to get these out. Microphone, cameras, other wires and stuff in the way. And there it is. There's the other resistor. And that is it. That's all that has to come off the board, and this is all that we are going to use in the final build from the original console. Everything else will be new. And mostly everything, you got a couple of soldering things we'll do here or there, but most of it just bolts on. Now, this, the pin, the cartridge slot connector, they sometimes need a little bit of work. This one looks good. I mean, it doesn't look like it's in bad shape. I don't see anything wrong with it. We're going to roll with it. They do sell, Retro 6 also sells a new version of this, which is actually really nice. I mean, it's modular. I really like it. So if you are in the, if your pin connector's not working, definitely get it from them. It's not expensive either. But yeah, we are going to use the original card slot and the original board. But, oh, wait. Did I get, I did not. I didn't get the LED. Let's pull this LED off real quick. I didn't even desolder the LED. There we go. I doubt it's just going to lift right out, but let's try it. No. It's going to need a little bit of coercing. That's okay. Uh-oh. The camera went all wonky for a minute there. Alright, so just like the resistors, the LED, just put a little heat to it. Guess I missed some solder on it. Wow. These LEDs usually just fall right out. Oh, there we go. All right. Cool. That was it was in there pretty tight. Didn't want to come out, but okay. So there we are for real this time. This is the only parts of the original Game Gear we will be using is the motherboard and the cartridge slot. Everything else is being replaced. Now I will also be going back. Like I said, I'm just not doing it on the stream. And all these capacitors that you see, I will be replacing them. I have a cap replacement kit. I just didn't, it's just not very engaging to watch. Not that this is super engaging, but this is more interesting than watching a cap replacement. Believe me, it's just not much to it. Plus, having all this shit in the way while I do that is kind of a pain in the butt. So, all right, what's next? We got, let me take a look at our, what are they called? Comments, real quick, at the chat, and then let me take a look at the comments, or the chat rather, and then we will jump into putting all this thing together into the fun part. Just a sec. Hey, the camera didn't. Whoops. You know what? I just realized I hadn't switched my microphone around. So I hope that whole session a moment ago you guys could hear okay, because it was actually facing the other direction. So if I sounded muffled, that's why. Sorry. But hey, the camera at least is working this time. That's a plus. Team Pandora says OBS. Yes, I'm back. That's terrific. Yeah, OBS is a fantastic tool. It's awesome. It has some great features, but man, it's a pain in the dick a lot of the times too. You get an update with OBS, really tread lightly. Consider whether you want to do that thing or not. Terrific's back. What's up, Terrific? Welcome back. Hello. What's up, Ryan from What Were You Watching? Nice to see you. You too, sir. The amount of tools Jacob has is insane. Wonder if they came with his Game Gear. No, they did not. I use these in my day-to-day work of repairing the consoles. 90. What's up? That's Antonio over there on Twitch. I know you guys, YouTube guys, can't see him. Jacob, let's go. What's up, Antonio? How you doing? Hope to see you on both the YouTubes and over there. Okay, so that's what we got there. All right, let's jump into the fun stuff. The interesting things, the things that those of you that came here to see tech stuff came to see, which would be adding in all these components and stuff like the screen and whatnot. So let's jump into that real quick. We're gonna jump back over there to the workbench. There it is. Yeah, I noticed I didn't, because when I take this, I swing it that way for me to sit in this chair. For me to sit in that chair, so I didn't turn it, so I was talking in the back of the mic. Hope you guys could hear it okay a minute ago. So, anywho, yeah, so, all right, the first thing we're going to do the screen first, or at least the screen board first, and then the other things just kind of fall into place from there. So this circuit board right here, this PCB, this is called the clean screen. Oops, it's upside down. From Retro 6. It comes with an actual screen too. Well, it doesn't come, this one didn't come with a screen. I actually had to order it separately. It does come with an actual screen. This is a great product if you have all their product. Man, Retro 6 goes out of their way to have fantastic products, by the way. I cannot talk them up enough. All their shit they got over there is amazing. It's just really, really cool stuff. And a lot of the products that I'm installing today came from them. I mean, the screen, the what do they call this one? The clean amp, I think is what they call it. Yeah, clean amp, which is the audio amp. The clean juice, which is for the rechargeable battery power with the USB-C. And I think there's something else from them. Oh, the LEDs that I'm putting on the inside, the Retro 6, like the vast majority of this stuff does come from them. So it's check them out. This is almost like the Retro 6, which they have their own YouTube, but the Retro 6 Game Gear build, if you will, not the Ultimate. But so let's jump right into this screen real quick. There's not really much to it from here on out. Okay, so we need to put this on here. So we're going to flip it over. Now you're going to need to put something under here. I'm going to use these battery packs because they're just the right size. This installs. Let me make sure I'm getting this right. Oops. Was that upside down? No, that was right. Dumbass. Am I doing this thing backwards? I've gone stupid, everybody. Hang on. Okay. Had to look at my other one to make sure. Why is that one? That screw hole's not lining up for some reason. Oh shit! I'm doing it from the wrong side. Whoops. Okay, here we go. There. All right. Before we flip it over. All right. So it fits. You can see actually all the places that it'll go. These silver or copper spots. It fits right on there. And then you take your. Where'd I put them? My spacers, or not spacers, but clips for the screen. And they actually screw onto the other side. Like this. So you'll take it, kind of hold it in place. Oh shit, I almost forgot. Before we do any of that, we got to clean this thing up. Dumb me. So get yourself some IPA, 99% isopropyl alcohol. And a Q-tip, a cloth, or whatever. I use a Q-tip. This board was it's not very dirty to begin with, but now that I've put all that, all the flux all over it, you want to get that up. Will it run with that on there? Yeah. But still, you want it to be clean. You want to have a clean product. You see, that's the flux. Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? There you go. Gross. And some are not as clean as others. I mean, sometimes you got some nastiness going on. I would recommend cleaning up around the buttons, just to kind of give it, give your new buttons a fresh place to start. Anywhere you've put flux, clean that up. I clean up around the buttons, get any gross stuff, smudge off of it. And I think we got everything over here. Now, as I said, the rest of this board is in pretty damn good shape. I don't think that this thing was used for very long. I think it was left with the batteries and it corroded, and then they just never used it again. Because it is particularly clean. There's a little smudge and there's something on there. That may just be marker, because they write all over these boards in the factory. Let's see. I wish you guys could see this, but for whatever reason it wigged out, and it's OBS, not this, that made it to where it won't show it. Yeah, there's something on there. I know you guys can't see it, but there's something. It looks black. Yeah, it's crusty. It's coming off. If I had to guess, I'd say it's something that went down inside of the D-pad. It's for the down. Yeah, it's crusting off. That's pretty gross. I wish you guys could see this. All right. You got that. Got most of that off. Some crustiness. It almost was green. I don't know, I'm colorblind, so sometimes green and black look the same to me. Now you do want to be careful in these spots because you don't want to damage the actual pad. Alright, so I think that's good. The vast majority, if not all of it, is off. Alright, so let's clean our other ones up. They all look real nice. And overall, this board is in really good shape. Oh, what's that? Got a little bit more. Yeah, somebody spilled something on the... Oh, wait, that may have just come from the... I think that just fell off the other one. Yeah. Okay, yeah. The other ones look great. And that one looks good now. Yeah, real clean. They should get some real good connections. Let's clean this up. This is where the fluorescent bulb was attached. Check the other side. All right. Flip it over here. I don't think we had any funkiness going on over here. Oh, yep. I see 2 spots. I know this isn't like the most engaging part of this whole situation, but it is part of it. You gotta clean this shit. I think DK Oldies is going through this right now. People talk about you're calling it refurbished, but you're not refurbished. You're just blowing it out and stuff. Yeah, I'm not trying to be, because I am going, like I said, I'm going to be selling this on the open market. And if any of you are interested in buying it afterwards, it will be on eBay starting Monday or Tuesday. So I certainly don't want anybody saying, "Oh, it's not really refurbished." I don't know how you couldn't say that, because I'm replacing 90% of the components in the damn thing. All right, so I think we'll give us a little rub down here as well. I think we're good. We're all good. Card reader looks good. Really, I think I'm going to give the card reader a nice little, since we got it out, get us a nice little cleaning while we're here. Okay. Sticking a Q-tip in there, probably not the best idea, but alrighty. And we'll stick a cartridge in there with some IPA afterwards also, but it looks like this whole thing looks pretty damn good. All right, so now let's get this clean screen on. So like I said, you take these brackets. Your clean screen lines up with your holes here. You flip it over, and you have these brackets. And they line up with the holes as well. So we're going to take our screws here, because I don't think the clean screen comes with the one I ordered. This is the second clean screen I've done. The one I ordered directly from, most of this stuff came directly from Retro 6. This particular one, just the board did not. It is a Retro 6 product, and I think it came from them, but it came from their eBay store, because when I went on their website, the actual board itself, they were out. So I had to improvise and order. I found just the board itself on on eBay, but everything else came directly from their store. I do think that it's not their eBay store, though. It's somebody else. I mean, they sent it very quickly, and I do appreciate that. But I was under the impression it was their eBay store, because I think they do have one. I'm not really sure. But it is their official product, I'll say that much. All right, so we're going to drop a screw in here to get it started. And these already have pre-drilled holes on them. You just line one of them up. There we go. And there it is. Now, I mean, we're going to put the other ones in, but that'll kind of hold everything in place. Let's do this other side as well while we're here. You want to make sure that these hooks, you've got like a clip here and a hook here. This is like a cradle. You want those facing downward. That's what's going to hold the screen, and then they clip in place with these clips. That's how you know if they're going the right way or not. Whoops. Oh, damn, I pushed it out. All right, here we go. Now it's coming together. Ah! Go on there. Here we go. You don't want to over tighten them, period, but right now you want them a little loose so you got some play in there. Once you get these 4 in, honestly, that is probably not hard. None of it's hard, but the more tricky part, lining up these 2 things on either side of this board. And there it is. So now you can tighten them up. Once again, not super tight, just firm. Snug, as they say. You don't want to break the PCB or the 3D printed clips or the board. Just snug. I mean, it's a Game Gear. It ain't going nowhere. And this is what you should look like. Ta-da! And the screen sits into that. And here's what you should look like on the other side. And there's that. All right, so now, before we put the screen on, you've got 2 flex cables that you have to solder on. Now, depending on which Game Gear you have, if you're doing this yourself, there's a 1-chip and a 2-chip. And that's referring to these right here. This is the 2-chip. There is such thing as a 1-chip that, hey, guess what? Instead of 2 here, it's only 1. And that will change this, right? No. This one. This one. This ribbon cable will be different for the 1-chips. Down here mainly, and there's a couple up here as well. So these pretty much just fall in place, and they're pretty damn accurate. Oops. Black goes up, by the way. They're pretty accurate, and it's pretty self-explanatory as to where you need to solder in. Now, you do want to clip them into these little barrel connectors here first. That'll make your life a lot easier. Where are my tweezers? Where did I put my tweezers? My curved ones. I'm always misplacing shit. That's not good, by the way. Well, I have a backup pair. Oh, there they are. Alright, so I am going to use my microscope for this part because this is where things get a little small. You guys will still be able to see. I'm sorry, I really wish this thing was working. The only way I can try and plug it in again in a moment. Maybe OBS will stop being a bitch and work. We'll see. Just slides right in there. But you guys, you don't need to see that. Let me see if that's working real quick. Hang on a sec. I'll try plugging it in. It's connecting with my computer. It's all OBS. OBS is real finicky nowadays. Let's see what happens when I switch over to that one. Nothing. Hang on. Oh, it's working. All right. There we go. It's working now. Fucking OBS, you never know. Let me raise this up a little bit so it's not so... You guys don't need it quite that close. It makes it a little easier for me. Okay. Here we go. All right, so yeah, you've got this connector here. I've already closed it. You just do that on both sides. Let's come over to the other side. Now, the one disadvantage this puts me at is using this microscope is it won't register, or it won't use... Oops, that's closed. It won't use the microscope screen and the PC screen at the same time. So I'm kind of having to look over to my right to utilize the microscope. That's okay. I do it all for you guys. Come on. Is it all the way in? I suppose so. Close that. Give it a little... Just double check it. Yeah, it's in there. All right, so when you do that, as you'll see, everything just kind of falls in place. Let's start over on this side here. You just kind of follow the trace and look for the copper pads. There, for 5 volts, you're going to solder that. You come on up. On either side of that resistor there, you're going to solder. Right there, on that other resistor, you're going to solder. Side of that resistor, and that's... Oh, and the backlight. Bam, bam, those two right there. You're going to solder those. These are all fairly simple, and as you see, they line right up. But if they don't, because like the other one I did, it needed a little bit of flex. As you can see, this one's pretty damn spot on. you've still got some flex in it if you need it. So that's nice. So let's jump on that. Let's get to soldering these up real quick. Ooh, let me unplug my desoldering pump. It's still plugged up, and I'm gonna burn the shit out of myself. Forgot that was hooked up. All right, so let's jump in. Let me get something to prop this side up. Battery pack again. Grab myself a little bit of solder, or as they say in Europe and pretty much everywhere except for the US, solder. Why we pronounce that differently, I do not know, but we do. Which I can't really say they pronounce it wrong because it's the English language and they're English, so yeah, that kind of, you know, I gotta give them that. I'm gonna start with one of these far off points first to kind of anchor it in place for the other spots. We're gonna do this one, and then those, and that'll anchor the other three. Let's start with this one down here. Now, with these little ones like this, I don't use any flux or anything unless, you know, I'm having issues with it. But I'm just going to put some solder on my tip of my iron. Hold this in place, which don't really need to because it's pretty much in place. That's actually probably good enough, but I'm going to add a little bit extra. I'm getting caught up in wires here. Hang on. There we go. And I've got a microphone in my way. Bam. Just like that. All right. I'm going to bypass that one. I'm going to come up to these two up here. Now these are next to this plastic wheel right here. So you do want to be careful with them, not to melt the wheel. So and this microphone is really in the way. Oop, I bridged that. There we go. How was that? I think those are good. I would like a little bit more on that, but I tend to go a little heavy with my solder, admittedly. Make sure. And also, looking at this microscope going through the computer, I have a bit of a delay. So, and I'm so far away from it, I can't really use my eyes. There we go. I like that. Yes, beautiful. Okay, see, now I like that. That makes me feel good. Nice, pretty blob of solder. Not bad, not gross, not too much, but just a nice, solid, yeah, I know it's there blob. All right, so let's move on to this one right here. And as we see in doing this, it has moved ever so slightly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this 5 volt actually first, because it's lined up pretty damn good. And it'll hold the rest of the board down a bit. Add a bit more. Beautiful. Make sure it's down, and it is. And then we got these two here, and there's another one. Let's go ahead and do those since we're here. Damn it, I should have been holding that down. There we go. Let's add us a little bit more, because I'm all about the excess. That's what we do here in America. Bam. I feel good about it. How about you guys? Yep. Okay. And one more on this side. That little guy right there. I've already got a decent amount of solder on my tip. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Well, I lost some of it when I did that. Shit. I'm gonna need to go back and make sure I just didn't short something. Alright. Add just a touch. Not too much. That's actually probably enough right there, but you know what? I think I explained this to you guys already, didn't I? I'm excessive. Don't be like me. Because that gets me in trouble with my soldering skills sometimes. I put too much and then it starts bleeding out or whatever. Bridging. It's not good. Okay. Now let's take a look at this one up here that I accidentally touched. Where is it? Is it here? Oh no. I don't think I did. I think I just just got a little bit of extra solder on that joint, so I think it's okay. Yeah, that one's fine. Yeah, there's no like short or anything. Oh yeah, it's fine. Okay, cool. That spot just grabbed a little bit of extra solder. That's all good. Okay, so there's the where it's getting the power and everything. Now let's move over to this side of it. And it's more or less the same situation. You're just going to, you got one there. You just follow it. One there. One there. And one there. There. We're going to have to kick it sideways for this. This goes a little bit further down. And you've got those, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a couple of the ones down here on this bottom to hold it in place. And then one on the top. Yeah, let's do that. Let's start with the bottom. I'm going to flip it around. Excuse me. Whoops. I think I'm going to go for this one here. I think that'll hold everything else down in place. Maybe that one while I'm here. To kind of just hold everything nice and pretty. So let's do that real quick. My tip cleaner sponge is acting a little stupid. Okay, so we said we're going to go with this one. Grab it. Let's get some more solder on that tip. Shit. And then I bridged it, but it's okay. Easy fix. There we go. There we go. All right. That's what I was looking for. It's just really tough with I'm looking off to my right as I do what's right in front of me, and there's a slight, just ever so slight delay. And I usually just use the screen on the microscope. But since I'm shooting this out to you guys, it has to go through the computer, and it gives it just a slight delay. And also, I'm not looking forward. I'm looking literally to my right, about 5 feet away. Okay, so we've got those. Let's move up here to 5. I think this is 5 volt. I could be wrong. So this one. Which, that's interesting. There's nowhere for it to attach to. Am I missing something here? See, that one goes there. Do I need to scratch away some of the board? I'm going to need to look at that. That one clearly goes there. Maybe nothing goes to this. That could be... I need to look at the schematic and the instructions just to make sure. Let me double check that. But let's go ahead and put this one down over here. That'll help hold the board down. That one. I'm going to take a look at the comments or a chat here in just a moment. I think my tip's dirty. There we go. Nope, didn't connect. Well, shit. Well, hell. Hang on. This one, for some reason, and I always run into these, is not wanting... Just not wanting to catch. That's okay. Because... Flux to the rescue. Okay. Shit. Alright, yeah, I'm adding too much solder now. I'm gonna end up screwing something up. Why are you not wanting to connect there? Let's add a little bit of solder down here for it to connect to. Maybe there's just not enough down there, and it looks as if there is. Well, this is quite annoying. I hate when you get these little joints that just won't connect. And everything was going so smoothly. Oh, God damn it. Pardon my French. Okay, so we're going to come back to that one because it's starting to piss me off. Yeah, that's irritating. I think maybe it's not far back enough. I don't know. I'll look at that in just a minute. Let's take a break from that, and let me take a look at the comments, and then we will finish soldering this up. Just a sec. Hey, I see I got a super chat from Terrific, $10. Thanks, Terrific. I really appreciate that, man. Says Shibadog shouting good luck in a megaphone. Right on. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. The amount of tools. Let's go. I want Twizzlers, says Terrific. Hey, I love Twizzlers. I don't know if I've ever told you guys. My favorite snack every time I go to the movies, which even though I haven't been doing reviews lately, I still go to the movies quite a bit. And I've actually seen some movies in advance, and I had plans on doing reviews, but I didn't. But all that aside, I still get like a big fucking popcorn and a thing of Twizzlers, and I eat them together. That's my favorite. Like, it never gets old. Ever. Never, ever, ever. Let me look here at the layout of this to make sure we've got, make sure I connected everything right, just to be yeah. I mean, it looks like. Huh. It looks like I'm doing everything right. Oh, that one, though, I don't know why there's no pad under it. That's interesting. Let me make sure I'm... Okay. Cool. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, I want Twizzlers, me too. All right. I guess let's get on with this thing. How many of you are here? There's a few of you here. Who else here? Let me know in the chat. What do you guys got going on? Also, I proposed a question to the few of you that are here. One of the videos I've thought about doing, because I've redone my retro room setup. You can see part of it there, but it actually goes along that whole, well, everything's backwards, that whole wall, and partly onto this wall right next to my workstation of all my retro shit. Or not retro, just gaming consoles and stuff like that. Would you guys be interested in like a video around that? Like a, hey, here's a tour, like I guess a tour. I mean, a tour would be like walk a few feet right there and there it is. But I mean, just kind of like going through some of it and some of the stuff concerning that. Would that be something people would want to see? I don't know. You guys let me know. I've considered doing it, and I know I could probably talk about that shit for hours. But so you guys let me know if it seems like something you would be interested in seeing or not. And if so, I will do it happily. Okie doke, let's jump back into it now that I've had a moment away from that really annoying joint right there. Solder joint, not joint. Let's go back over to the workstation. Okay, so here we are, back. I'm really curious. I think that the one, let me show you guys, this one, right here. See, the other one I didn't have this issue. Where is it? Right there. I've got these two pads. This one obviously goes here. But this one, there's nothing under it to attach to. So I'm thinking maybe it's just I don't use it. Maybe that's for a different revision of the board. And I'm thinking these two are the same. Like it's getting whatever it needs. On some boards maybe it's here, and other boards it's here. So I'm going to attach this one. And then I'm going to... Because it does not... There's nothing else remotely near. There's that, but I mean there's no way it goes to that. It has to be that one. So I'm going to attach that, and then we'll see at the end because we can run a test on it to see if it's working properly or not. So let's go ahead and do that one, and that'll hold the board down a bit. That'll give us some more stability. And then we'll return to the other one. That was being a pain in my ass. Let's add some more solder to that to make a bit of a better connection. There we go. All right, so that one's good. Like I said, I don't think that this one, there's just nothing for it to connect to. I think that those are the same just for different revisions. Let's move on down to, there was another one down here, wasn't there? There it is. This one. Going to that resistor. Let's get that bad boy in real quick. Okay, add a bit, working around stuff here. There we go. And I suppose we can go on down. That fucker. We're going to have to come back to it. Do we miss any? There's one right there. Let's get that one. I'm going to flip this upside down. Because as we move down the board, it gets a little bit harder. My microscope has these stupid pegs on it that I need to remove that make it difficult. That one. That prop things. It's got these dumb pegs I need to remove on it. For some reason, my microscope just turned off. Let's see if it picks back up. You gonna pick up OBS? Hang on, let me reset that. Dumbass shit. There we go. I don't know why it just cut off like that. Okay, so which one are we doing? Is it this one? No, this one. Yeah. That. I'm having to come at this at weird angles because of the microphone and everything, so please bear with me. Ta-da. Love it. All right. So let's move on. Well, check that, I guess. Alright, so let's move on down the line. We've got this cluster right here. Let me check a couple of things while I'm here. Let's look. Is there something under this pad? Yeah, okay, that one's got one. All right, so everything's cool. Looks like that goes to that resistor. That to that one. I guess that to that one. Yeah, so really not that many, and those obviously go to there, and that there, that there. Okay, I'm gonna do this this one here first to kind of hold everything down flat, so the other ones will go in easier. Ah. There we go. Now what that'll do is it'll make these other ones, in theory, since I got a little bit of support, lay down a bit nicer. Got a little kick up there, but they look pretty flat. We'll start with this one here. Now when it comes to these little resistors, and especially the ones that are even smaller than these, soldering around them, you really want to be careful because you can just swipe these damn things off this board. And you don't want that. That would be no bueno. I mean, you can always put them back, but you don't want to have to do something like that if you don't have to. Did that connect? Okay, cool. Come around to this one on the back side. I think I got enough on my tip to get it. Whoa! A little messy. Yeah, I got too much solder on my tip. Quite honestly, this doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt anything, but it's just messy. There we go. All right, now we got this one right here. I'd be worried about it bridging with that one, so just be careful there. Probably need to take a little bit of that off. It's a kind of big blob that's just asking. Ah, see? That's what I was trying to avoid. There we go. Got that one. Up! I did it. I didn't totally dislodge it, but I moved that resistor. See, that's what I was talking about a minute ago. Made a mess here. There we go. Let's move this fucker back over. Technically, it will still work like this. I'm not going to mess with that anymore. It's fine like that. It just shifted slightly sideways. It's not touching anything. It's still hitting its pads. So it's good. I don't want to make the situation worse. A little bit extra there. Make sure this side's good. And we're good. I don't want to really mess with it anymore and make it worse. It's not bad now, it's just slightly moved. That will never hurt anything because it's got plenty of good connection. All right, and I think that's all of them. Let's double check. All right, we got these, that one, that ugly, that real ugly, but hey, it works. So we got all those down there. I know these up here except for this one son of a bitch right here. Where is it? That one. Let's try and come at it from a different angle. This is the third clean screen I've done, and I've never had this much issue. Which does make me wonder. I wonder why. I've never had really any issue with these things. Guessing that's where it goes. I guess it's just slightly. Let me try that. I think I know what the problem is, and I mean, it's fine. Like I said, they have a bit of flex in them for a reason. I think it's actually supposed to go there. I was on top of the solder joint, that's why. Alright, so let's try that. And that's why sometimes you just got to step away from something and come back to it when it's frustrating you, especially when dealing with these small electronics. Because you'll end up breaking something. Because you'll get pissed off. Okay. Let's... I'm going to come at this at a weird angle. Here we go. There it is. All right. Yeah, that easy. Once you realize, oh, you're trying to solder it on top. Like the thing I was trying, the side of the resistor I was trying to solder to was actually on top of, or underneath the pads. That's why it wasn't soldering very well. All right, so let's clean this up real quick, and then we can test it. And really from here, we do have a little bit of other soldering to do, but that is the most intensive, if you will, soldering we have on the whole thing. I'm cleaning these joints up even though I only used flux in one spot. It would be this one right here. But I'm still cleaning everything up, just you know, be sure. They're going to pay good money for something like this, so I want to make sure it's done right. Already cleaned the other side, so let's check these while we're here. Everything seems kosher. All right, I think we're good. So let's check out. Let's see if we got power. Because we don't need to see if the screen. We can see if the screen's working because it has a some test lights built into the board. So let's get our clean juice and one of our batteries. I think you only need one battery for this thing to work. So let's connect it. Oh shit, wrong side. And there it is. I don't know if you can see them. We've got lights right here. And I believe 3 LEDs. It's booted. Let me make sure these are the ones we need. Yes, you need the 3 LEDs up here, and this one here means it's booted, so we are good there. So as you can see, you'll watch them right here and here. I know this camera's not that great, but that means it's good. So we're good to go, yay! So let's go ahead and put the few other things on. Let's put our, while we're here, before we put the screen on, we're also going to do our LED for the buttons. Now this came in the package, it's a ribbon, but as you see the package was cut. I don't think I did that. I typically don't cut things up especially when I knew what I had gotten, so I don't typically do that. And I do see, I wanted to look at this real quick. It doesn't really matter, honestly. The cut was right here. And there is a spot on it. Right, where is it? It was on the other side. Is that it? Or is that a bend? It can bend and that's fine. Either way, I don't see any spots that it was cut, like the actual cable was cut. So yeah, this should be good. It doesn't really matter because the way that we're doing this, the way that we're doing this, I'm going to be cutting this right here anyway, and all this is going away. The lights that are over here is for the directional pad and the power LED. Now, I do like these, but with the analog stick we're going to be using, you can't use this. I tried. I'm not going to say you can't, but it makes it extremely difficult to do it. So I tried, but it lifts it up just too much because of the actual LEDs on here, and it makes it too difficult. It's just the retro stick, the analog stick is not difficult to put on, but with that on there, it became all but impossible. I was having to add on like little pieces of metal and to make connections, and it didn't work very well. So I found that as long as I cut it after the ground right here, all this will work, and that's fine because even with it on here, it covers all that up. So besides the LED, which I have one of those, it makes it too difficult to see. Now, all right, so we're gonna do that now. I will show you guys if you weren't going to cut that off. Excuse me. You would bring in your motherboard like this, and you see your button spots here. This is for your start button, 1 and 2 buttons, and then your directional pad. You would simply just lay it on here like this, and it lines up everything, and exactly where these little spots are, that's where you tack it in. But we're not going to be doing that today. We're going to cut it off right here, and it doesn't hurt anything. All it does is this stuff just doesn't work anymore. But everything else that you can see will work. So ours is going to be like that. It's less stuff to tack in anyway. And it will light all this up over here, the buttons essentially. Unfortunately, you just can't do it with this retro stick. Which, yeah, that's fine. I mean, cool. You win some, you lose some. So we're almost there. I guess we can go ahead and tack all of these in. I'm trying to remember. I don't think there's anything extra you have to do for the retro stick. Let me double check. Let me look at them under the magnifying glass. We'll go ahead and tack all these in. The hardest thing about the retro stick is getting it to prop it up while you work on it. Because it's like this. There we go. Because you've got the card reader on the back of the board, so it makes it kind of hard to work around. All right, so I believe I have to scratch off a bit there. I don't scratch off. I need to add some solder there. And all the other points, you have this, where is it? Point there. That on some boards it will get power from up there, but we're not using that. So we will be, here's all of our spots. Let's make sure they all line up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. So yeah, just 6 spots, and they're all fairly easy to get to. Yeah. And the way that you line this up is if you look over here on the side, here's the stick. The board, you've got an indentation there, and then down here, that screw hole, it should line up there perfectly. It's a little off right now, but you line it up there perfectly, and it'll line up with all the other stuff perfectly. Like that. And I mean, hell, while we're here, let's go ahead and do it. Now, before we do that, I will say that if you look here on the left side of the stick, that's poking through right there, that is the right, let me move it. This is the right on the directional pad. This is how it interfaces with the actual pad. You do need to put some solder on here. Now this solder can be taken off if you ever want to reverse this mod. It's easily reversible. I don't know why you would, but you can. So let's go ahead and put a little bit on there so that it will have, the pad will have a place to stick to. I believe it's right here on the top. You just need to kind of put you a little bit there. There we go. And that's very removable. Now, I am going to pre-tin all our pads real quick. That just makes it easier. Now, we're not using this pad at the top, that one, but we are going to use all these on the side, and of course this one right there. Let's pre-tin these real quick. That'll make it just much quicker when we go to install all this, or to tack all this on. We won't need to have, like, go back and forth with the solder. And what I mean by pre-tin, it's when you just put a little bit of solder on the pad. And this is a new board, so there's no solder on the pad. Whoops. It rained from us. Ta-da. You're just doing that. You're putting a little glob on there so that when you come back and you have the other one right there, you just touch them and they'll ideally just come right together. Doesn't always work out that way, but perfect world, you know? I think that's all of them, except for this one over here. So I'm going to rotate it so as to not burn the plastic around the stick. Which on my other one I did ever so slightly, but accidentally I wasn't paying attention. It didn't affect the performance, it's fine, but I prefer not to do that. There we go. All right. So now we're ready to put this on the board. Where's that battery pack? There's that battery pack. Put that under there for a little bit of support. What I really need I found it. The battery pack's great, but this electrical tape is the perfect size for some reason. I don't know why, but there we go. Okay, so we just straighten Alright, so I think that's about right. Let's go and look at our pads. Yep, they all look pretty lined up and nice. So let's tack that in place right there. And the best way to do this that I found for me is to, because this is a hard PCB, so you don't, the tweezers, I mean, you can use them here or there, but I mainly just push down on the stick to hold it in place. Get it centered, push down on the stick, hold it in place, and then just take your soldering iron, pop, 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 pop. You get yourself 2 solid joints, and you're in good shape. There we go. Wouldn't have hurt to have pre-tinned the actual board too, now that I'm thinking about it. But whatever. Now I'll go back over these with a bit more solder. That one's actually good. But for now, to hold it in place, bam, we're in place. All right, so let's flip it over and get this one. The directional pad one. Right there. Same technique. It's already in, it's already held down, but I'm going to push down just to get a real tight connection. There it is. And we're going to go back, I'm going to go back over the joints just to be sure, but that essentially is the installation of the retro sticks. I'm happy with that one. I'm happy with all the other ones. Let's go over these. And this, much like the screen board, has test lights as well. Now, one thing I'm not going to do today, but I will show you guys how to do it, is I'm not going to adjust the analog stick. You do have to do that. It's not hard to do, but the resistor I need to do it is actually used up in something else right now. Plus, it's just not, I will demonstrate how you do it. Okay. A little bit extra there. Whoops. That one right there doesn't look like it's connected very well. Let's get a little extra here. Bang. Bang. Pretty happy with that one. Maybe add a little bit to the back end. These, happy. Let's add a little bit more to that one. Right there. Oh shit, that wasn't even one that was on the actual board. That's fine. I just added more solder to it. Or was that? Oh yeah, that's one. That's one. Okay. It looked odd under the microscope. So I think that is all of them. So yeah, there we go. The stick is installed. Now, real quick, let's go. Oh, I lost my LED. Where'd it go? It fell off at some point. Oh, there it is on the floor. All right. So now we're going to take this and line it up as best we can. There's 5 volts. All right, so we're going to start by tacking this down on the 5 volts, and then we're going to rotate it as needed. Actually, I like that. A little bit closer. There we go. That makes, yeah, I like that much better. What I'm doing is trying to line up these solder points while at the same time keeping the holes for the buttons open, so the buttons still engage properly. Because solder will travel some, it's okay. Don't love that one. There we go. Alright, I'm happy with that. Should have pre-tinned these. And this is where I get stuck. I'm sitting here with one-handed with no solder. It's okay. I'm going to tin my tip one-handed. Oh, I did it. I'm soldering right next to my finger. That's probably not the best idea. But you know what? We're going to do it anyway. I'm just going to tack on. I'll be happy. Always come back and add more. That is hot. Alright. Add a little bit more. Just enough to hold it down. Okay, cool. So it's holding down. I'm going to come over and get this one here. Now the best way I've found, I mean, I'm no expert by any means, but to get at these, I got a lot of solder on my tip. Let's try and put this in here. Yeah, trash. All right, the best way to get in these little holes like this, that I like doing, especially when they're kind of off-centered like that, I stick it down in there. I'm good at that. And then just we go. I can always add more. It's actually, that's lifted up a little bit. Let's go in and drop that down some. There it goes. Much better. And it is attached. So then we can just come back to these over here that I was kind of iffy about. And we'll start with this one. Just add us some solder. Whoop. Make sure it's down. We'll come on over to this one, and then we only got one more, and I think that's the last of the things we're soldering. We're going to put an LED in. Little LED light over here, but that's real simple. Got this one right here. This is the ground on the bottom. You can't see it. Let me move it around. There it is. Just like that. Let's tin him up. Well, it's not really tinned, but bam. Add a little bit more for a better. Beautiful. All right, and that is all on the LED side of things. Correct? Yes. Now we got to just drop our LED in right there in those two holes. This is super easy. Barely an inconvenience. I'm going to take this. Put it in. I'm not even going to use the microscope for this part. I will, however, need my soldering iron, which I just tangled up in the microscope cord. So you got it stuck through there like that. You just hold it flat. Get you a some solder on your tip. And I take it back. My eyes are just not as good as I remember them being, so I am going to have to use the... or that tacked it in place. I'm going to have to use the microscope. This is what happens when you get older, people. You just got to face facts and say, you know, not everything works as good as it used to. The important things do, though, I'll tell you that much. But there's a few things here or there that... eyes being one of them. Alright, so let's turn it around this way. There they are right there. Now I am right next to this ribbon cable, and I don't want to melt that or hurt it, so be mindful of that. I just put way too much solder on that, but it's fine. There you go. We'll just come back behind and, whoops, screwdriver, cut this off. Keep those legs too, by the way. You got these real long legs like that? I recommend keeping them, because I've found uses for them. Sometimes you need like a bridge or something like that. Those are like really fucking long, but it'll be, I mean, they're fine. It's not going to hurt anything. Nothing goes down. I mean, they're right next to something tall, so. And there it is. I think we're done soldering altogether. Pretty sure we are. But there it is. There's the, so far, I mean, and the rest is really just bolting on. We're on the home stretch now. This is when you really start to see things coming together. So, hooray for that. But this is, yeah. It's all done. I mean, I guess we could hook up, let's make sure we get a boot to red light. Where did that, oh. We're going to plug the battery in and turn it on and see if what we're looking for is, they call it boot to red light, but actually ours will be a green light. What we're looking for is these LEDs to light up. Well, only right here. These would light up. They're not going to, and I'll explain why in a moment. And on the other side, we already know that these will light up. I'm mainly looking to make sure these, let's check it out. And there's our LEDs. I know they're harder to see on this camera, but I will show this off on the nicer camera over there in a bit. We still got those. What we don't have, which is concerning, is this one. I wasn't even paying attention. I'm wondering if I put it in backwards. That is a distinct possibility that I put this LED on backwards. And I just wasn't paying attention. Oops. Because I was talking. But there is a resistor or a spot right here on top of the retro sticks. There are two little solder points. You put a resistor in there, and what it'll do is it lights these lights up down here. And that is how you calibrate the stick. I'm not going to do that because what you have to do is you take this little screwdriver, and there's these 4 points here, 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 and where's the other one? Here, potentiometer. I can never say this word fucking right, but anyway, you turn them ever so slightly, and it's how, like how much it goes to the left, the right, the et cetera, et cetera. And it takes a few minutes to get that going. That's all you do there, and I didn't think anybody really wanted to watch me do that. So, anywho, all right. So let's pop this off and get back to putting this. We're gonna start assembling it now. I'm concerned about that no green light though. I'm thinking I put them on backwards. My dumbass just wasn't paying attention. I just shoved it in there. Yeah, that's gotten me in trouble before. Let's, real quick while we're here. I want to keep going because I just kind of want to get done, but we're almost done. Let's not leave it half-assed while we're here. Let's pull this off. It'll only take a moment. Actually, let's just go ahead and suck it off. I don't want to half-ass it, especially since I am offering this up for sale. I don't think anybody wants anything half-assed. Which I don't typically. I would go back and fix it even if it wasn't, but might as well do it here on the video so nobody can ever say that it wasn't fixed. I did it all? I did not. Got most of it. There it goes. So now I'm putting it back in. Riveting stuff here, I know. This is why people subscribe to my channel. Riveting content. Now, after I get this in, I'm going to test that light again real quick, and then I'm going to check out the that thing where you guys talk, the chat. There we go. Okay. Let's put these in. Bada bing, bada boom. Unless it don't work. Which might have bigger problems then. Could be, I mean, and quite honestly, and I knew, I took that risk. I was pretty sure we wouldn't need a recap on this one. I'm going to recap it, but I was pretty sure it would work. It was working. There's always the chance that it needs a recap. So, before it'll work. We're about to find out. I was pretty sure, because I'm sure I tested it, that it booted the red. Oops. Maybe not. Because the screen says it's got boot. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, see, I'm getting power, obviously, but I'm not getting that light. Unless I fried it. Well, let's keep going and figure it out. Because, like I said, I'm recapping this thing anyway. And if it's just that bulb, I can get another... I have other red LEDs, so, or green LEDs. Hell, I have the original red LED right here. Just put that back. Okie dokie, so... let's do this thing, but first, let me go take a look at the chitty chat real quick and see what you guys are up to. And then we will finish this thing up because we are almost done. Let's jump over here real quick. Okay, we've got a few more chatters. Nick from Movie Emporium came about a while ago, saying, "Yeah, boy, right? Hey, still chugging. I am. Hey, terrific. Been a while. All right, so not many. I knew that this stream wasn't going to have a lot of people on it. Plus, my channel just hasn't been very active recently, so people just don't get the notification. But for those few of you out there that enjoy this type of stuff and are hanging out, here it is. All right, well, it's almost 11 o'clock my time, so I do want to wrap this up. So let's power through this last part right here. It shouldn't take us too long, because this is a pretty this is the downward slope. Like, all the unfun part has been done, and now we're going to do the fun parts. So let's jump on into that and get this thing done. Let's move on over to the bench. Okay, we're back over here. So, now this is the part where we start with... I have gotten everything right. We've got... what do we got down here? Alright, so we've got our... That'll be last. We've got our buttons. Our screen that just plugs in. Our shroud for our retro stick. Clear buttons. The screen cover. And of course, the shell. And we're going to go ahead and start putting things inside the shell. This is the part that, you know, people actually like. We're gonna start with the back because there's a little bit, there's a couple of modifications we have to do to the shell. Easy peasy things though. So let's switch on back over to here. Let's move this out of the way for a moment. Okay, so the back shell. Now we have, I'm gonna remove these. The shell comes with the battery springs in it, and we need to take those out. They just slide out. There's some little clips in here. Not really clips, it's just these little, well, actually these wires you'll need to either cut or desolder. I'm going to cut them because I'm never going to need them. I'm never going to use them. So where's my side cutters? Oh, there they are. So we've got one going here. You know, I'm going to desolder them. You just pull the, because I hate destroying something that's perfectly good. And by desoldering these is super easy. You just pull these little rubber pieces back and shrink. Take our soldering iron. And you just heat up that solder point. Pull on the wire. It is soldered, right? Yeah, it is. I'll make sure it wasn't like crimped in there and then, you know. Bang. You could add a little bit of flux or some solder to this. And it probably wouldn't hurt, but doesn't really need it. My iron, by the way, is operating at about 630 degrees. I could tell you what that is in Celsius for those of you that use that. Yeah, I mean, the chances of me ever using these connectors is next to nothing. But I like I said, I just hate to break something that's not broken, especially when my business is fixing things. So just breaking shit, just it kind of, I don't like to do it. So all right, so then you've got these metal things here, and you just push them out. Can pry them out. The case is clear, so it's kind of hard to sometimes tell. There we go. Bam. Now these are a little bit more, you can push that piece down. And that'll give you something to grab onto or work out. There we go. Oops, scratched it. That's okay, it came off. And do the same with the top. And then over here you don't have as many because one of them is built into, well, usually built into the actual power board. These can be a little tricky. They can not want to come out. And a lot of times it's because of this piece right here. Here it comes. Come on. There we go. Oh my God, come on. It's right there. Why won't it come out? Oh, it's got like this massive blob of solder on it. That's why. Okay, I can get that out in just a second. This one's should just come right out. Or I could just bend it down and make it more difficult. Like you do. There we go. Come on, come on. You son of a bitch. There we go. And this one, we got this little blob of solder here. Let's melt that off. Come on, yes, son. There we go. And there it is. All right, so that's all we had to do to the back. Now, when putting the, and we'll see in a minute, when wiring these batteries in, I did notice on this one I didn't have to, but on the original, on the, looking at it from the back, the right side, I did have to make this hole just slightly bigger. FYI, if you're using a factory case. Now, on the front of the case, this nub right here, and this is where that one crazy screw that we talked about at the very beginning screws into, this has to go. It will not clear the screen. The clean screen, the new LCD screen, comes up above it. Now, this is not needed anyway. Like I said, it is purely there to keep you out of it from back in the day, when they didn't sell these bits as much. So you just take you some flush cutters, you go down low and cut it off. Pretty it up. Do not try and break it off, by the way, but just cut it off. And you will have to do this even if you keep the original case. The original case and this case are identical. So just keep that in mind. Now I have a, you can't even tell from this side, by the way, so you'll never see that, but I do have a file somewhere. It's around here somewhere, but I'll go back through afterwards. I don't think you guys want to watch me file it, and I'll file that down ever so slightly, but that's fairly flush. It will fit like that. Alrighty, so let's put our battery packs in. The short one goes on the side that the clean juice will be on. Well, let's go ahead and put those in too while we're here. All right, so we got our clean juice, our amp, and our power boards. It's clean juice and clean amp. So let's put these in, and they go in as easy as this. Oh, before you do that, I'm glad I remembered that. Let's see here. Get your bag of screws that came with your case, which they send you all new screws, by the way. That's good. Which I could have used for the motherboard as well. And you should have a power switch. But I do not seem to have it. Did I misplace it? Look at my buttons. Oh, wait, it's in the button. That's right. Never mind. The power switch comes with the buttons. So I'm going to put these out right here. Now, we're not going to use all these buttons. We're obviously not going to use the D-pad because we don't have a D-pad anymore. But everything else, I believe we will use, yes. So what you want to do is you want to get this switch, the power switch, and it goes on top of the clean amp. I think, yes, slanted that way, by the way. All right, so we're going to take two of our little screws here. Where's my screwdriver? I dropped it a while ago, but then I picked it up. Oh, it's right here. Huh. Two of these screws. Now, the first time you screw into this new case, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but don't ever overdo it. Feels a little loose, actually. I guess not. Okay. So you got your two screws there. This piece is for if you have a battery pack, like batteries, it goes on here and it like holds that closed or whatever. You don't need this piece either. Let me take our amp. Now when you put this in, you want to make sure that you kind of go in like that because this wheel and the hole there have to get in. It just falls right in place. It's held in by two screws as well. All right, and that's in there pretty good. Now you want to just kind of inspect and make sure everything appears to be working properly. Your wheel turns, that's in there. That goes on and off. There's your USB-C port. So this is good. Now we want to put our battery packs in. Now you're going to have one battery pack that has a longer cord or set of cords on it. That one goes to the, when looking at it from the inside, or the outside rather, that one goes on the right side, the furthest away from the amp. They're getting here. They're trying to get here. So you're trying to get over here. So this one's going to go here. So we'll go ahead and put it in. And this was the one that, if I remember correctly, sometimes had issues getting through that little hole. There's little holes right here where the metal battery leads were, or contact pads were. You can get this just barely in there on this version. On the factory version, I had to wallow it out just a little bit. So just kind of finagle it in there, if you will. There we go. It is a tight squeeze, but it will go. So we're going to bring this in, and now for the time being, I'm going to put the covers on the back. We are going to have to take them back off to screw it in. But just to hold the batteries in place for now. And then we take this one, and there's a big hole here. This is the easy one to get through. Put it in. Now, this is more of a preference thing. It really depends, you know, how do you want to do it. But you can, how you want to run this wire. The first time I did that, I've done it twice. The first time I did it, I like captain taped it just all the way around. That was when I used an original shell. When I did a clear shell similar to this one, I kind of just ran it. It will go either way. It's really up to you. What do you want to do with it? It's cable management, and everybody loves cable management. Me, myself, I run it along here, and then when I get to about here, I just kind of plug it in. It doesn't matter because when you open this thing, it's just going to go everywhere either way. I guess I like the idea of the captain tape holding it in place a bit. You don't have to worry about it getting pinched or anything like that, but it's not really that big a deal. Just kind of lay that down. There's not quite enough for it to go all the way around like that. But you could bring it up to here and then up there, but I'm not that concerned about it. As long as the cord is out of the way of getting pinched by anything, you're good. And it's really only right over here in this corner that you got to worry about that. So you can bring it around like that. There we go. We'll get rid of any slack. So there's that. Now, I believe for the back, we're good for now. So we're going to set this aside. Right? Yeah. Setting the back aside, it's ready to go. And we're going to bring our front over. And we've got our buttons, our screen lens rather. This is for the buttons as well. Let's go ahead and take that out. You can actually go ahead and put this on. Now, this is a one drawback to the retro sticks, the analog stick. The shroud that they use, it's better than nothing. I would prefer something that maybe, I don't know, was a different fit that looked a little better. Maybe a little bit of form to it. But essentially all you do is you take this and you put it over the stick, and that's it. That's what you got. And as you'll see, it doesn't look terrible by any means, and it does the job. But I'm hoping that they have something that has maybe a little bit more conformed look at some point that you can throw in there. Pretty much the same thing, but maybe it just kind of goes down a bit more, or something along those lines. I don't know. I don't design these things, but as it stands, it's fine. It does the job. Set that back out of the way. Here's our membranes. You want to try not to get, I don't like to take these out until I'm about to use them. I'm going to kind of lay these off to the side on this because I know it's clean. You don't want to get on these black spots here. You don't want to get stuff on that because that's the contact pad for the buttons. And you don't want to mess that up. Alrighty. This piece, put that on last. Okay. Let's bring our board back around. Let's put our screen in. Now this screen let's make sure, should come with a cover. Yeah, it's got a cover on it. Leave that on until you are going to close this thing up for good. Getting fingerprints off of one of these LCDs is a bitch. It's not impossible, but it is a pain in the ass. So leave it on until you are ready, like, to close this thing up. Actually, it's easier to... I did this last time. I think it's easier to connect this first and then bring it around, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong on that. Let's see. It just has this little switch here, which I guess I can... And that's why I have the microscope, I suppose, so you guys can see this stuff. You've got that connector there. You just bring the ribbon cable in. Line it up and push it in. Make sure it's seated all the way in. Close it down. Make sure it looks even all the way across, which it does, and you're good. So then we bring the screen around. You know, I think it may have been easier to seat the screen first. That's okay. We'll see if we can... I think it's putting too much pressure on it. Just wondering if I could maybe... I don't want to push on it too much, and yeah, let's do that. I think it's better because it's a tight fit, so I think we should... It's actually easier to seat the screen, like in the ribbon cable rather, with the screen unmounted, but I don't want to take the chance of damaging the screen or the ribbon cable. There we go. So let's seat this in here. You've got these cradle pieces here on the bottom. You want to put it in there first and then lean it back, and it'll clip into place. There we go. Make sure it's... Oh, see, like that right there, it's not all the way down. There we go. And make sure it's in there properly and straight, so everything fits. Oops. Alright, so now let's roll it back over and do this, which will be a little bit, not too bad, but a little bit more difficult. You just don't have as much to play with. There we go. It went in pretty easy, I think. Yeah, not too bad. That was pretty easy. And there it is. Screen installed. All right, so now we need to put the speaker back in. And it goes here. Actually, I wanted to look at that. I just remembered. These connections seemed a little loose. Let's take a look at the speaker connections real quick, in case we need to throw a little bit of solder on them. I mean, they are kind of wiggly, you know? Let's do this. I mean, we're here. Let's just freshen them up, which literally only take a few seconds. You don't want to go through all this and then, oh, well, while you had that out, that would have been a lot easier. There we go. Yeah, see, that's much better. It's got a much stronger connection now. I feel better about that. Okay. And see, that wasn't hard. That only took, what, 60 seconds? To be sure. All right, so it sits down here in this cradle, like this. Well, if I can get them there. Now they're too rigid. Sits down there. Take the cord around that way. And this piece here I always get this thing mixed up as to which way it goes. Let me pull this out real quick. I'm pretty sure it's downward. I'm pretty sure it's this way, but it seems there's our connection for it, our little nub. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and there's like a little nub that it sits on right there, and then it can go into those two. Cool. All right. Put this in here. And then we'll put this up here. Here we go. Take one of our screws. Now remember, these weren't screwed in originally. But now with this new version, they are. It's kind of hard to see. Well, something is not right here with this speaker. It just doesn't feel like it's in there quite right. Like it's not going in all the way. And I don't know why. Let's take a look at it. If I could find my tweezers. Man, I can never... I'm always misplacing my tweezers. And I use them a crap ton, so you'd think that that'd be something I'd... There they are. Keep a handle on. Okay. I see. There's a notch. There it is. There's a notch in the bottom of the speaker, and if you turn it, you'll feel it, and it clicks down like that. There we go. I was just barely off on it. Learn something new every day. I remember the speaker was being a pain in my butt with my last build. But hey, now I know. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Let's see. There we go. Now you can't put a screw in. This one over here is just like a nub that keeps it in place. So only 2 of the screws are going to go in. And this side is just like a peg. I mean, how much do you really need to keep this little speaker in? It's not like the speaker's going to blow anything out. So there's that. Okay. Buttons. Buttons. So this wire, by the way, is going to be fed up on the side in this little chase all the way up. Now, this one, you do run the risk of, especially on this over here. You can't see it, but there's a peg right there, of pinching this wire. Be careful of that when putting this back together, FYI. We'll leave it there for now. I think it's time... Oh, we got to put our buttons in, and then we're going to put our, you know, that thing, the motherboard in. So, the buttons just drop in. There's only one way the correct buttons can go in here. They have these little tabs on them that are different sizes, and it will not allow you to put them in the wrong way. Now, as you know, we have a stick going here, so you don't have to put anything there. That's good. And you also do not have to use the membrane. Like, the whole thing has been replaced. These membranes, you just drop them in. Make sure they're straight, though. Which they are. Now let's grab our motherboard. Now, the motherboard, I'm putting it in. You have to come in from this side and scoop because of this wheel. The wheel has to go in first, but you also need to be mindful of this connector over here. But you also need to be mindful of these membranes and buttons and make sure they don't move. So you just got to be mindful of a bunch of things. So you put that in the wheel in. Lay it down. Don't get that cord caught. It's coming out there. Now you can't really lay it down because the buttons will start to push up. Which this can be challenging, and it's okay. Just take your time. No big hurry. We've taken this long. What's a few more minutes? You do not want to pinch this wire. Your speaker wire. And I did that first time. I didn't realize it. There we go. I think, but you see there? Something's not quite right because it's flexing. It should be down in there, flat. So you gotta kind of, oh, there we go. Whatever it was, I worked it out. Nope, I didn't. Oh, you also need to be mindful of your stick, which I think is actually what's keeping us up. That it's going in straight. Because it will definitely hold you up. There we go. I think that's what it was. We don't have any more. You should not have any flex or anything like that to the board. It should sit in there. It should seat in there real nice. Now real quick, before you... Let's take these two larger screws, which they do send new ones with the kit. But you can use the old ones if you want. These are silver instead of the black. Put them in on either side of the cartridge slot to get things started. This will hold everything together for the moment. And if you need to make any adjustments, you can adjust around it. By the way, for those of you that don't know, when screwing things in, this is new. This case is new. I need a bigger bit. First of all, I strongly recommend on the first time around, do not use a power drive or anything. Just use a hand. But when screwing things in, always go counterclockwise until you feel it seat. Now, a new product is this new case is a little bit different because it doesn't have threads on most of them. But once it's threaded, that'll keep you from stripping things out. Okay, so we're in there. I see a few things have fallen out, like this wire here. And push it back down in. Get in there. There we go. That's in. Let's flip it over and let's get a general feel. Do the buttons all feel good? They actually feel very good. Very happy with that. All right. And they will feel better because this will, I'm about to mount this down better. All right, so let's put the rest of our screws in. The little small silver screws. You got them in the four corners. And it seems like these are pre-threaded, so definitely go counterclockwise before you start cross-threading. Don't over-tighten, but don't leave them loose. You want them to be firm. You don't want to strip them out, but... Whoa! Don't want to do that. Yeah, because that's all you want to do is you get done with a build, all the work you put in, and you're sitting there with a case or a what do they call this thing? A shell, and you hear as you're screwing something in because you bust one of the posts. That happened to me with the Ultimate PlayStation 1 I've got over there in the floor. I busted one of the posts off of it. It pissed me off so bad. I went through so much with that damn console, and then it right there at the end, just a bust. Now, granted, these particular cases from Retro 6, I can say, are much higher quality. This ABS that they print them with. Some of these other ones, they're just not the highest quality. And I mean, that is what it is. I mean, that's the only ones we can get. Like those PlayStation ones, just kind of across the board, aren't super high quality. I'm going to try and get this guy under this post. I don't think I can. Can I? Can't. Oh, yeah, I did it. To hold it in place. This corner post right here, where the audio cable comes up, I suggest putting it on the inside of the post. But be careful not to pinch it. Because I did, like I said, I pinched it, and I think it was right there. But that'll kind of hold it in place, because that thing gets a little unwieldy. It's like all over the place. You will make sure you can move it. Thankfully, I didn't break the cable, but I did, in fact, pinch it. And you don't want to pinch cables. There we go. Is that? Nope, that's not all of them. You got our 4 corners, and then you've got 2 up here above the screen. Don't forget about those. I feel as if this should work when we're all done. However, I will not lie to you. As I said, to those of you that weren't here in the beginning, I have not recapped the system, though I will be recapping it before I put it on the market. And having not recapped it, I won't be surprised if it doesn't boot. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. Well, I mean, besides the caps. But that just means that it definitely needs a recap. I think the caps are good enough to make this thing work, though, so that we can get a boot. We'll see. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to replace this LED right there, but that's fine. That's a 5-minute fix. No problem. All right. I'm kind of liking the yellow and the black. I was kind of worried about it. I like yellow. I like black, those two together. So we'll see once we get like the big screen on right here, which it's about time for. Let's see here. I think we are home stretch here. I think we're ready to hook up the back and then put the screen on. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. All right, let's do this thing. So you put them together, pretty much the reverse of what we did earlier. Hang on, I dropped something. That's annoying. I just saw it. Oh, there it is. So, let me look at my... I'm not trying to prolong this thing, for real. But let me look at my comments real quick. I see I only got like 1 or 2. Oh, it's Antonio with a super chat for $2. Thank you, Antonio. I really appreciate that, my man. It's been a long time. How you doing? If you're still in here. I hope you're still in here. Hope everything's going well with you, my friend. All right, let's put this thing in. All All right, so now all you do is you connect your audio. Well, let's do the speaker first. You get this little one, and it goes here. It's exactly like the factory hookup. You just plug in just like you took it apart. Yeah, these are new parts, but they all connect in a similar fashion, or in the exact same fashion. They are direct replacements. And that's what I really like about them is, yeah, you're modding it, but you're modding it with what, I mean, it's almost like new factory software. Like if they made a Game Gear now, this is how it would be. Like if they re-released it, not obviously if they came out with a new age Game Gear, it would have different mechanics, but if they re-released the Game Gear temporarily or something exactly as it was, this is what I imagine it would be like. That did not feel like it clicked into place. There we go. That's your power, just like in the beginning. Make sure everything's seated good. And we're ready to close her up. Make sure your power cable here is tucked down or taped down however you see fit. I would really pay attention to around all these posts where screws are going to go. You want to check the top, make sure your yeah, just make sure all your cables are in there where they're supposed to be. And just close her up. You shouldn't have to force anything. I mean, yeah, you gotta, it's gotta be held together, of course, but you shouldn't have to be like forcing anything. So if you gotta force something, something's wrong. All right, let's put a couple of screws in it to hold her together. And I think these are Are they pre-drilled? Are they pre-threaded? I think so. At least a little bit. Let's put one down here. These may be pre-threaded, because I kind of get that little clunk that you get when you go counterclockwise. Maybe not. This one's a little bit difficult. Which they should be. You expect that out of a new shell the first time you screw into it, because you're essentially threading it. Well, that one's not. Now, the first time you do this, like I said, I already mentioned it. You guys may have seen me using a electronic screwdriver earlier. This one, which are very convenient, but do not do that the first time, because you need to feel that if you hit some kink, or you do not want to break your brand new case. Which sometimes you just gotta kind of feel the amount of force that's needed right there in the beginning. There we go. All right. think that's 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, now we got to get these in the back. You got 2 down here. You have to remove the battery packs. Just lift them up out of the way. You gonna go in there? There we go. Let me tell you guys, I love having this microphone right in front of me while I'm working. Everybody should do it. It's the best. Alrighty. Now, as I said, this I am going to recap this system and go through and just clean a couple of things up, assuming it works. If it does not, here in a moment, then I'll of course figure out what's wrong with it and fix it. Which, if it doesn't work, I know it's the cat. It just needs to be recapped. Hang on. And that's I fully expect that. Being a Game Gear, there's no Game Gear on Earth that's not going to need to be recapped. The capacitors that they used were just bad. And 30 years later, they're not good. You find one every now and then that the capacitors are good enough, but they're not going to last. So I already have the recap kit. Now, I'm going to recap it either way, because eventually they will go out. But I will be selling this on my eBay store, and I'll send links out for that. Probably Tuesday or Monday, I'll list it. All right. Here we are. And then we have our screen. Or screen. Is this got stuff on it? Oh, that is the stuff. Okay, so leave that on. It's got that nice beveled edge. I really like that. All right, so we got to pull. Now, this is the tricky part. You've got to get, when you take this off, do not touch the inside of the screen. And make sure everything is off of here. I recommend giving it a nice little, just get any, oops. Now what we're going to do is we're going to remove this without touching this. At the same time, we're also going to remove, well, shit. All right. I guess OBS disconnected altogether. Okay, so what we're going to do, all right, and you'll see there's a bubble here and a bubble there. My dumbass didn't peel the protective layer off. Actually, that works because I'm going to have to take this apart again, so I kind of like that. Just know that if it does boot up in a few minutes and I show you guys a little demo, that it will look even clearer because I'm going to peel that off afterwards. Because I'm going to reopen this thing to recap it anyway. So I just don't want to take that off because I don't want to be working on this thing with a naked screen. So anyway, let's do this thing and we'll be done. Take this middle portion off. Do not touch it. Touch the outside all you want, but do not touch that part. Probably should have taken this off first, but whatever. Now should just drop down into place. Just kind of give her a nice little once over. There it is. All right. So aesthetics-wise at least, we're done. We, of course, have our game here. Well, not game, but flash card with the micro SD in it that has every single Game Gear game from every single region and a lot, if not all, of the Sega Master System games on it, because these Game Gear is essentially a Master System in handheld form. It has a little sticker you can put on it. I don't know if I'm going to do that. Why is it not going in there? The one thing you don't want to do is force it. I'm not sure why this is not going in. It's stopping right there around where the nub is. There's a little nub right there. That shouldn't be stopping it. Let's get an actual game. Huh, okay, so it's not the Game Gear, it's this. Let me see. Is there a difference? Oh, it is slightly wider. But I know it works. Let me grab my other one. Here's the one I use in mine. That's interesting. I wonder what's doing that. It's not making it to the card reader, so I know it's not that. I can almost feel something. There's a little nub in there that kind of holds it in place. And that sometimes can be an issue, but that's not what's going on here. I mean, this is probably a fairly easy fix. Because it clears the nub. Well, does it? Yeah, it clears it. It goes to right there where the pins are. Is that what's keeping it? It is. It's the nub. I'm going to have to shave the nub. Shave the nub. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, I'll do that while it's open. There's a nub right there. It's just a little nub, and it gives like the game a nice little click. And seeing as how these cartridges are ever so slightly thicker, like it's like super slight, it's not allowing it to. It's giving it a little bit more I could probably forced it down in there, but I didn't want to do that. So, but here it is. We got an analog stick, yellow buttons, this yellow trim. We got the yellow switch here, USB-C charging with rechargeable battery packs that you never have to take out. Last about 30 hours, I believe, is what they're rated at. Every single game for the Master System and Game Gear, no matter the region, on here. The Master System ones, I'm not sure, but every single Game Gear one and a shit ton of Master System. Oh, let's put this in. And new audio amp, new power, of course, new everything except for the motherboard and the cartridge reader. So yeah, let's moment of truth, I guess. Let's check it out. Oh, and the contrast wheel on the side is now the brightness of the LCD. Oh, there it goes. It looks a little bit blurry, but that's because I've got that film on the inside over it. So, success. Now, the one thing that's not working is the LED light over here. I'll repair that. I'll put a new one in there. For some reason, that one's not. I've got another green LED. So, we have the green LEDs in the back lighting up. It's harder to see on this camera. I'm going to move over to the other camera in a minute. But to give you an idea, let's pick a game real quick. The stick is working. Up and down is. Actually really good. I know this is blurry. I'm going to get you another. Let's okay, so you got Game Gear, Sega Master System, and I'll change this around. For some reason, they put these in particular. These games, they're in the files and outside. But so, like this Master System, yeah, you got 8 pages. So I guess it's only. Well, these aren't Master System games, are they? Phantasy Star, yeah, that's a Master System game. This is kind of like, I don't know. It says Master System. Was Mortal Kombat on the Master System? Mortal Kombat 1, 2, and 3 were not on the Master System. No way. So yeah, this file is kind of a mix of all kinds of stuff. I'm not really 100% sure. I didn't curate that. I have a curated list of all the Game Gear games, but I liked how this came with all the Master System games as well. So let's look at Game Gear. So let's go. You see, you got 38 pages of games here. Let's go over to one of my favorites. Hey, you know what? Let's go to Sonic. You can't go wrong with Sonic. I think that the stick is pretty. The last one I had, the stick was not. I had to do a lot of tweaking to it. This one, it seems like it's tweaked up very good. Let's do Sonic. I was going to do Mortal Kombat, but Sonic shows a range of the of motion. Oh yeah, I get it needs a little bit of tweaking for the left. It's working though. You got Sonic the Hedgehog. That's Japan, World, Triple Trilogy. Whoops. Sonic 2. Here you go. Sonic 2 is the best Sonic. Oh, shoot. I hit the wrong button. Was that like page 31 or something? Here we go. We'll go to Sonic 2. Bang. Load and start, load only. Well, load and start, duh. Do not turn off, erase. I don't know why it says that when the games are starting. And I will show you guys a bit of this on the good camera here in a moment. But this is just a more convenient. I don't know why it's taking. There it goes. Sega! Shit, that's fucking loud. Let me tell you, the original Game Gear was never that loud. Aha, I see what it's done here. Okay. So this is a common thing. Hang on. I think you hit... the color's off. But the reason the color's off is I have to turn on a feature. I can do it. I'll show you. I think you hold these two and that. It's flipped the yellow. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, the left is not working. The left needs to be tweaked a bit. But everything else is working really damn good. We can go right all day long. Yeah. So as you can see, I think it. It doesn't have a reset, I don't believe. I think you have to turn it off and turn it back on. But yeah, there it is. I mean, as you see, it works great. Let's look here. Let's look at... for the color, you can... let me look at it real quick. Let me look at my directions real quick. Okay, so let's look at this. We'll start that. I think it's left. You know, let's let it start. This looks cooler on a better camera, by the way, because like this whole side of the console is glowing green. That's pretty cool. And you do have USB-C charging now, so pretty much the same as your phone. Okay, so I think he said... there it is. Okay. Color mode. No, go back. Maybe it was all three of these. Okay, so color mode. So it's one of these. I read about this. Pixel grid, true motion, VGA out, color mode. It's one of these where it'll switch the color. I'll have to look at it. There is a thing that it switches the colors on you, and it's in the menu. But as you can see, it works. The reason the colors are that way is because of one of those modes. Ah! Oh, I'm Sub-Zero. See, I thought I was Scorpion this whole time. I thought I was Scorpion because the colors are off and is yellow. Whoops. All right. So let me try. Oh, I need to get on that other side of her. I won't be able to do the fatality. Okay, here we go. Nope, I didn't do it. Oh, this is Mortal Kombat 2 anyway. That's not the right video. Okay, so anyway, guys, there you go. As you can see, let me move over to the other camera so you can get a better view of this thing real quick. All right, so I will meet you over there because we are done-dunskies over here at the workstation. Let me turn all this shit off so I don't burn the house down. That'd be good. Don't need a soldering iron running all night. All right, I'll see you over there in just a second. Huh. Now this fucking camera doesn't want to work. God damn it. This is not my night for cameras. Hang on a sec. Well, I don't think it's my camera. I think OBS is just... There it goes. There you go, OBS. Do what you do. Not respond and freeze the fuck up. There we go. Now, I'm not really sure if it just...